Hello, namaste, Hari Om. Good morning to everybody in US. Good evening to everybody in India. Welcome back to the second day of the 28th NVAK Annual Day celebrations. The theme is Competing Practices of Dharma and Adharma, Success and Consequences of Their Votaries in Veda and Later. So we had a very successful day one with the invocations, with the keynote, with the release of the Veda Kendra 28th volume, and with very interesting and exciting talks. Very knowledgeable speakers have provided great insights on all these topics yesterday. And so today we are ready to start day two, and we'll start with the Veda Kusumanjali.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha Harihi Om Om Bhadram Karne Bhishrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashye Moksha Bhirya Jatraha Sirairangai Stushtovagum Sastanubihi Vyashema Devahi Tanyadayuhu Swasti Najindro Vruttashravaha Swasti Nah Pusha Vishwavedaha Swasti Nastarksho Arishtanemihi Swasti no Bruhaspatir Dadhatu Om Shanti 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 Om Agnenaya Supataraye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidwan Yoyojaspajjuhorana Meno Bhuyishtam Te Namavuktim Vidhema Om Shanti 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 Om Apyayantu Mamangani Vakpranaschakshuhu Shrotramato Balamindriyani Cha Sarvani Sarvam Brahma Upanishadam Maham Brahma Nirakuryam Mama Brahma Nirakarotu Anirakaranamastu Anirakaranam Me Astu Tadatmani Nirate Upanishatsu Dharma Temayi Santu Om Shanti 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 Om Swasti no Mimita Mashvina Bhaga Swasti Devyaditira Narvanaha Swasti Pusha Asuro Dadatuna Swasti Dhyava Prutivi Suchetuna Swastaye Vayamupabravamahe Somam Swasti Bhuvanasya Yaspatihi Bruhaspatim Sarvaganam Swastaye Swastaya Adityaso Bhavantunaha Vishve Devano Adya Swastaye Vaishvanaro Vasuragni Swastaye Deva Avanturabhava Swastaye Swastino Rudra Patvam Hasaha Swasti Mitra Varuna Swasti Patye Revati Swasti Najindras Chaknischa Swasti no Adite Krudhi Swasti Pantha Manuchare Masurya Chandramasa Viva Punardadata Janata Sangame Mahi Swastyayanantarkshamarishtanemim Mahadbhutam Vayasam Devatanam Asuragnamindra Sakham Samatsu Bruhadyasho Navamiva Ruhema Amho Mucha Mangira Samgayam Cha Swastyatreyam Manasa Chatarksham Prayatapani Sharanam Prapadye Swastisam Vadheshva Bhayam no Astu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Thank you, sir. Hari Om Shri Krishna Arpanastu.
Now Raghava Baddupalle Ashirvada mantra he will recite. Thank you very much, Mahesh. 17 times you said Swasti, 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 Swasti. Prosperity, 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 peace, 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 and peace. Thank you very much. It's a beautiful. Yes. Raghava. No, mute. You are on mute.
Sir, unmute this call.
गणानान्त्वा गणपतिगुं हवामहे कविं कवीनाम् उपमश्रवस्तमम् ज्येष्ठराजं ब्रह्मणां ब्रह्मणस्पत आनशृण्वन्नोतिभिः सीदसादनम् महागणपतये नमः। प्रणो देवी सरस्वती वाजेभिर्वाजिनीवती धीनामवित्रियवतु आनो दिवो बृहतः पर्वतादा सरस्वती यजता गन्तु यज्ञं हवं देवी जुजुषाणा घृताची षग्मान्नो वाचमुशती शृणोतु वाग्देव्यै नमः। ॐ इषेत्वोर्जेत्वा वायवस्तोपायवस्तदेवो वः सवितार्प्रार्पयतु श्रेष्ठतमाय कर्मणाप्यायध्वमग्निया देवभागमूर्जस्वती पयस्वती प्रजावतीरनमीवा अयक्ष्मा मावस्तेन ईशतमाघशगुंसो रुद्रस्य हेतेः परिवो वृणक्तु ध्रुवा अस्मिन् गोपतौ स्यात् बह्वीर्यजमानस्य पशून् पाहि आयुर्दा अग्ने जुषाणो आयुर्दा अग्ने हविषो जुषाणो घृतप्रतीको घृतयोनिरेधि घृतं पीत्वा मधुचारु गव्यं पितेव पुत्रमभिरक्षतादिमम्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। लेकः सलेकः सुलेकस्तेनादित्याच्यञ्जुषाणा वियन्तु केतः सकेतः सुकेतस्तेनादित्या आच्यञ्जुषाणा वियन्तु विवस्वागुम् अदितिर्देवज्योतिस्तेनादित्याच्यञ्जुषाणा वियन्तु। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। सद्यो दीक्षयन्ति सद्यः सोमं क्रीणन्ति पुण्डरिस्रजां प्रयच्छति दशभिर्वत्सरथैर्सोमं क्रीणाति दशपेयो भवति शतं ब्राह्मणा पिबन्ति सप्तदशगस्तोत्रं भवति प्राकाशावध्वर्य वेदधाति स्रजमुद्गात्रे रुक्मगुं होत्रेष्वं प्रस्तोतृ प्रतिहतृभ्यां द्वादश पष्टौ हीर्ब्रह्मणे वशां मैत्रावरुणाय वृषभं ब्राह्मणच्छगुंसि नेवाससि नेष्टा पोतृभ्याग स्तूर्यवाचितमच्छावाकाय नड्वाहमग्नीथे भार्गवो होता भवति श्रायन्तीयं ब्रह्म सामं भवति वारवन्तीयमग्निस्तोम सामगुं सारस्वती रपो गृह्णाति। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। संज्ञानं विज्ञानं प्रज्ञानं जानदभिजानत् संकल्पमानं प्रकल्पमानमुपकल्पमानमुपकृप्तं कृप्तं श्रेयो वसीय आयत्सम्भूतं भूतं चित्रः केतुः प्रभानाभान् सम्भान् ज्योतिष्मागस्तेजस्वाना तपग्गस्तपन्नभितपन् रोचनो रोचमानः शोभनः शोभमानः कल्याणः। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
Thank you very much. Kalyana. And Acha, and also Acha Vaka. These are two important words. Thank you very much.
Kanakangira కనకాంగి రామ పతి సోదరే కరుణించవే కాత్యాయని నన్ను కన్న తల్లి నా భాగ్యమా నారాయణి ధర్మాంబికే నన్ను కన్న తల్లి నా భాగ్యమా కావు కావు మనినే మొడబెట్టగా కరగదేమి మది కమలలోచని కావు కావు మనినే మొడబెట్టగా కరగదేమి మది కమలలోచని నీవు బ్రోవక నన్నెవరు బ్రోతురు నీవు బ్రోవక నన్నెవరు బ్రోతురు సదావరమోసగే త్యాగరాజను నన్ను కన్న తల్లి నా భాగ్యమా నారాయణి ధర్మాంబికే నన్ను కన్న తల్లి నా భాగ్యమా
Thank you very much. Now it is Kavya, my granddaughter, student of Lalitakala Academy, Chicago, and Kavya Mahalakshmi. Wonderful singing. Congratulations. Thank you. Secondly, I want to say yesterday we had Dharma Samvardhini, Parameswari Stotram, our song. Today we have got Dharma Ambika. So thereby Dharma is being very well promoted and discussed in this, and it is quite suitable for the theme. No, Prasad.
Yeah, there's one more invocation song. Display there.
Namaskaram. The next composition is by Sri Muttaya Bhagavatar, and it is in Raga Navarasa Kannada and set to Aditala. Durga Devi Durita Nivarini, Durga Devi Durita Nivarini, Durga Devi Durita Nivarini, Durga Devi Swargapa Varga Saukyadaini Swargapavarga Saukyadaini Suresha Palini Salaho Janani Suresha Palini Salaho Janani Sa sa ga ga ma ma pa sa sa ni ni da da ma ga ma ma pa sa ni da ma ga ma ga ri sa 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 ga ga ma ma pa sa sa ni ni da da pa ga ma ma pa sa ni da ma ga ma ga ri sa sa ni da ma pa pa sa sa ga ga ma 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 ga ga ri sa sa ni ni da da pa ma ga ri sa Durga Devi Durita Nivarini Durga Devi Pranagni Samyogadi Janisida Pranavanada Sapta Swara Yogini Pranagni Samyogadi Janisida Pranavanada सप्तस्वर योगिनी वीणादि वाद्य नृत्य गान विनोदिनी हरिकेश भामिनी वीणादि वाद्य नृत्य गान विनोदिनी हरिकेश भामिनी सा स ग ग म म प सा स नि नि द द म ग म म प सा नि द म ग म ग रि सा सा स ग ग म म प सा स नि नि द द म ग म म प सा नि द म ग म ग रि सा म ग रि सा सा नि द म प प सा स ग ग म म म ग ग रि रि सा सा नि नि द द प म ग रि सा दुर्गा देवी दुरित निवारिणी दुर्गा देवी.
Thank you. She is the daughter of Suman, who is familiar to our Kendra, and sending a video song from Canada. They are all staying in Canada, so we are having that from her. Thank you very much.
Yeah, her name was Sucheta. So thank you so much for that. So Nana, you want to introduce the keynote and say something?
So, welcome to all of you. Agne Naya Supatharaye Asmahan Vishwani Deva Vayunani Vidwan Yuyodhyasmad Juhuranameno Bhuishtham Te Namavuktim Vidhema Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So this today the topic for this particular year, 28th year, celebrations of our Veda Adhyayana Kendra and the World Association for Vedic Studies, Bengaluru chapter, we have chosen Dharma, Adharma. They are always under competition. And there are people divided themselves into two. Voter is for Dharma, voter is for Adharma. And therefore, this is an unending problem, unending activity available in all yugas and more so in the Kali Yuga, the present time. So Dharma, Adharma, and that's why in Vishnu Sahasranama that we have got a beautiful statement by Dharmaraja, say, Srutva Dharmana Seshena Pavanani Sarvachaha Yudhishthira Shantaramam Punareva Bhyabhashata. So Aseshani Dharmani. There are hundreds and thousands of dharmas are there. For example, Kratu Dharma is there, and Manava Dharma is there, and so on. So all these dharmas are bound. That's why we have Tani Dharmani Pradhamanyasan Tehanakam Sachante Mahima. So there in Rigveda itself, in Assyrians, those people who adopt, practice the Dharma, they will go to, they become Mahimanaha and they go to Swargam. And otherwise they don't mention, because what are the advantages of Dharma that are being marked out in our scriptures, Veda and later. But Adharma is not specifically mentioned, but anyway, they pointed out what could be under that heading. Atyasanadati panahatu yacha ugrat pratigrahatu tanno varuno raja panina hivamarshato. This is what we should do every morning when we go to the bath. Because Varuna is one, Varunopa Akamarshanaha. In our Veda, Varuna has championed in the aspect of erasing the sins of follies and apunya and adharma of all people. And there are hundreds and thousands of adharmas that are called don'ts. So don'ts are attractive than do's. Therefore, it is very hard for anybody to get attracted to do's. But our Vedas, all our rishis tell us, pay attention for the do's, and ultimately it will pay you. Though there is a suffering little, but don't matter. We have seen all those who voted for Dharma, they did not live happy life and easy life and cozy life, but they underwent a lot of problems and challenges, as we see in the scriptures. Nowhere that is there, but there are rishis, there are gods who are trying to help us when we are in the wonderful crisis. When it comes to a melting point, Paramatma will come. For example, in Mahabharata, we have got Draupadi Vastrapaharanam. At that juncture, none opened the mouth. Bhishma, Drona, Krupa, Dhritarashtra, none opened. Only Bhima was only one who opened the mouth. But there was little delay, and Krishna, in attending to the Draupadi's appeal. Then, after all, then of course Krishna came and all that. Then it was said that she asked Krishna, why did you delay? Then Krishna said, I was there in the very much present in the open hall in the Sabha. But what you said is Krishna Dwaraka Vasa. So I had to go to Dwaraka and come back because I had to go to my checkup. That's why delay. So in bhakti, in taking the name of the Paramatma, no instantaneous and immediate. Therefore, Pavana Anicha Sarvasha. All dharmas are Pavana. Kratu dharma is most important. That we have got Sandhya Vandanam, etc. It begins from Sandhya Vandana and all, or Vandana for Sandhya Devi, and that is Parameswari and Veda Mata, etc. So today we are going to have another spell of beautiful discussions and discourses on dharma and adharma, but we don't want to discuss much about adharma. It is automatically, everybody knows it. To skip, to swear, to remove, or to forget. But dharma is something which appeals to our consciousness, which appeals to our character and conduct, and that we shall try to know more and more about it. So with these few words, I want to request Dr. Rajendran and all people who are there. They're all great stalwarts in the field of Veda, in the field of knowledge and Gnana. And it's really lucky. Rajendran, Dr. Rajendran is my guru. Actually, he was, we have learned a lot from him, but he's an Alankarika. Alankara Shastra is his pet subject, and all that. Apart from that, he is aware of so many things. He's an international scholar, wanted by so many people, and therefore, today we are all fortunate to have this Dr. Rajendran here, because he told me the other day, I will have so many meetings here and there and all that. Prabhakar, please remind me. So just now I also did the job, and he's very much present. We are happy. Welcome, sir. And I want him to start the keynote address of this. Thank you. Babu?
So yeah, I welcome our keynote speaker for today, Dr. C. Rajendran. He's a professor of Sanskrit at Calicut University. He's going to talk on the theme of dharma and adharma in Veda and later. Dr. Rajendran, are you ready? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Prabhakar. A very good morning or good evening as per the time zones to all the distinguished guests, friends who are assembled here. I have had a very long association with Dr. Prabhakar, whom I also consider my guru. He typifies everything that is noble in Indian culture. His deep knowledge and his humility, his capacity as a teacher, as an organizer, all these things are ideal. And I can only say, may his tribe increase. And thank you for giving me this wonderful platform. Today, I have been asked by my friend to speak about dharma. I think it would be more difficult than to speak about dharma, because India happens to be the only country in the world which has got a very formidable, discourse on dharma. I don't know whether any other civilization has so much preoccupied itself with questions of dharma. Dharma does not have an equivalent word in English We can translate it as, some people translate it as duty, some people translate it as ethics, and like that. But whatever may be your translation, it will miss something pivotal about dharma. That is the difficulty of the term dharma. And added to that, you have got a wide spectrum of approaches inherent in Indian culture. Dr. Prabhakar has asked me to speak about the later phase of dharma. So he also admits that dharma has to be periodized. In fact, Indians were always very fond of periodizing dharma. We have got the four yuga, ion concept of four yugas, Krita, Treta, Dwapara, and Kali. And it is believed that dharma, like a cow, stood on all its four feet in the first golden era. Then it started losing its legs. Now it is Kali Yuga, as is well known. And now dharma has to do all the penance standing on one leg. That is the story. Anyway, there is a history behind that. If you look at Indian discourses on dharma, you can always see this running theme that the society is always deteriorating. People used to be very virtuous in the golden era. For example, if you read the Natya Shastra, I'm not speaking about religious literature, even secular literature like the Natya Shastra, there these gods accost Lord Brahma and complain to him that people have started practicing vulgar dharma, gramya dharma pratishtite, jambuddhive samakrante, loge sukhi the dukhide. That is what they say. That is, this Jambuddhiva is being infested by people who are vulgar in their action. Therefore, all the happiness of the golden era have disappeared. So we want something as a pastime. That is their argument. So this is only a sample. If you read literature, you can find this type of so people seem to believe that the society in which we live is not the ideal society. It could improve. There is a lot of scope for improvement. That itself is a criticism. That itself is what you call a self-criticism. And I personally believe that a nation which practices self-criticism has got a bright future. So in that sense, I take it only in that sense. Now, let us come to the core of the problem. What is dharma, for example? That is the key question. Dharma, etymologically, people will tell you that it is dharana, dharma. It is the sustaining principle. It is a principle on the basis of which the entire society is built. Because society, man as a social animal, we say, we are all fond of that man is a social animal. Yeah, man is an animal that everybody understands, and he's social. So we have got certain norms. Without any norms, society cannot subsist. If each individual wants to take recourse to his own or her own women fancy, there cannot be any type of a civilized society. Everybody will be suffering. It is like the story of a lady in Petrograd when then the Russians got independence. She was whirling a stick around her, and unfortunately it is stuck on the nose of her neighbor, and he was very much angry, and he asked her, "What are you doing?" Then she said, "We have got liberty now, I can do whatever I wish as per my sweet will and pleasure." Then that gentleman said, "Look here, madam, your liberty ends where my nose begins." That is the thumb rule of. So everybody has to be accommodated. So this is the principle of dharma. So dharma is that principle which sustains the society, whether it is a rule, whether it is dharma according to each and everybody has got a dharma. That is it. And Lord Krishna says, envisages a possibility when you transcend dharma. That is also that. Sarva dharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja. But there is a superior guardian angel to guide you. But otherwise, for us less mortals, there should be always some sort of a governing principle. And there are many, many dharmas. That is the biggest problem. As a citizens of a country, you have got our own Paura Dharma is there. If you are a king, you have got Raja Dharma. If you are a father, you have got Pidra Dharma. If you are a son, you have got Putra Dharma. So Dharma has got many, many, many aspects, and you have to find out what are the areas in which you as a human being has to negotiate in your life. Okay, so that's how we are speaking about dharma. That is the principle of sustainment. That is there is another important statement, that is, which says that dharma rakshati rakshita. I think that is a very, very important statement, which we tend to forget. That is, we are very conscious about our own duties, our own rights. But are we so much conscious about the rights of other people? Dr. Prabha had just referred to the lack of vigilance on the part of the husbands of Draupadi when she was humiliated in the open assembly. Why? Why were they cowardly in their behavior? Why didn't Bhishma raise a finger? Why didn't Drona resist? Why didn't all these Pandavas, they couldn't accept Bhima? So these are real problems. So here we can see the dharma rakshati rakshitaha means that if we are not vigilant, it is about democracy also. We say eternal vigilance is the price we have to pay for democracy. That is it, freedom, that is it. So similarly, in the case of dharma also, we have always to be very vigilant to preserve dharma, to protect dharma of not only ours, but other people also. Then only the society can survive. That is the meaning of dharana dharma. Now, we have to historicize dharma in order to find out various undercurrents or streams in the great river that is dharma. Each has got some relevance, I think, in modern times. So probably you had already discussed about the concept of dharma in the Rigveda. In the Rigveda, we don't have the word dharma. Instead, we have got the word rita. Rita is the moral order of the universe. It is not only the moral order, but it is also the physical order of the universe. They are interconnected. And the Rigveda, if you read the hymns of Rigveda, as Professor Prabhakar has already pointed, Varuna is a guardian angel of this Rita, Rito Gopasya. So he protects the Rita, and he is all pervasive. He can see everything that is going around. We now speak about surveillance cameras, isn't it? Because we are not that much bothered about dharma. We have to put on surveillance camera everywhere so that people do not misbehave. But Varuna has got this omniscience. He has the capacity to look at everything that is going around. So that is why we find a lot of fervent prayers in the Rigveda to Varuna, not to punish us, to forgive, and to pledge that we will go by the rules. So that concept is very powerful, and it is the same concept of Rida, which is responsible for the what you call physical order of the universe. For example, there are hymns which wonder about why all the even though all the waters are flowing to the sea does not submerge the earth. The stars do not fall down every day. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. and there is the cycle of ritus or seasons. Everything is in a very harmonious manner. It is all because of the moral order. It is because of the moral order, and there is also a grand participation of in the governance of this universe. The human beings try to give offerings to the gods, and the gods will be protecting the universe. So that cyclic order is also there. So such a lofty concept you find in the Rig Veda, but researchers say that this lofty position Varuna had occupied was later superseded by Indra. Indra, who is a war god. And some of our European scholars who have done a lot of work, they say that it shows a moral degradation. A war god, like in the Greek mythology, we speak about Bacchus. Similarly, Indra is also a war god who is known for his prowess, power, strength. He replaces the benevolent Varuna. But that does not essentially mean that there was a moral deterioration. But at the same time, what happened is that the rituals of the simple, elegant rituals of the Veda later gave way to more complicated rituals. And because of that, in society, there grew up a class of people who believed that by appropriating the sacrifice, they can get control. They are more powerful than even the gods. Such a trait was there. There is no doubt about that. And largely speaking, the Upanishads are a revolt against this excess of ritualism, which you find in the Brahmanical literature. So that also is a fact of history. And if you look at the Upanishadic literature, again, you gain back the lost grounds. They say that we have to look within, and you have to find out the real principle in us. All the other elements are transient in this. Hello.
Please continue.
So there is some, so this we find in the Upanishadic literature. When we read the Upanishadic literature, this tendency of transcendental philosophy, and it is consequent ethics, because we have to be ethically pure in order to have the realization of the self, in order to get the higher knowledge. So that tendency we can see. And so what we see in Indian tradition, that's very important. In the initial stages, the life was conceived in terms of Purusharthas, and there was a concept of Trivarga, Dharma, Artha, and Kama. Later on, in Indian tradition, this Trivarga is replaced by Chaturvarga, Moksha, emancipation. That also is added to the fold of the aim life. So this is a very gradual shift, which we find probably at the time of the Upanishads. Just as Trayi was replaced by 4 Vedas, with Atharva also, Atharvana Veda also included in the fold. Similarly, Trivarga came to be supplemented by or superseded by the notion of Chaturvarga. So our own ethical perception also undergoes a sea change because of this gradual evolution. That is also a part. But then what happens? We have got these treatises, Dharma Shastra, all the, in the previous lecture I had mentioned that all these Purusharthas have got their own Shastras. So we have got Dharma Shastras, we have got Artha Shastra, we have got Kama Shastra, and we have also got Moksha Shastra. So we have got a lot of Dharma Shastra works coming at the restfully the post-Upanishadic period, like the Manava Dharma Sutra of Manusmriti, of Manu, Yajnavalkya Sutra, like that. There are Dharma Sutras, there are many, like modern, some people say that these are legal treatises. The problem with the legal treatises or a constitution, you can say that Manusmriti is a constitution of ancient India. But the problem is that such a translation will miss some core element. because that is also a treatise on moral behavior of the individual. Actually, what Manusmriti speaks is Varnashrama Dharma. Varna Dharma is there, Ashrama Dharma is there. So, of course, the Varna Dharma, the notion of Varna Dharma and the division of the society into 4 castes, all these things have been questioned in later tradition. And we, as a democratic country, we do not believe in this type of in any excess of this type of division. But at the same time, so Varna Dharma may, but if you read texts like this Bhagavad Gita, we can see that there is some sort of a division of labor on the basis of guna karma and aptitude. So on the basis of the aptitude of the individual in a democratic society, anybody can take up any type of profession depending on appropriate to that. That will be the Swadharma. So with this type of modification, it is possible for us to even accommodate the Varna Dharma, not by birth, but by virtue of one's inherent qualities. We can speak about that. This is possible. And even in Indian tradition, we find such great scholars, sages, who are not exactly Brahmins, but who are venerated like sage Vidura. Vidura is like a sage in the Mahabharata, like that we find in Indian tradition itself. So this element is very sensitive. So we have to deal it with very greater sensitivity. Anyway, there cannot be any doubt about the ashrama dharma or the types of the different stations in the life. So that Kalidasa has beautifully brought in the Raghuvamsha. So Raghuvamsha we can read as a text of Dharma also. So here he says that Shaishave Abhyasta Vidya. Yeah, that is the people of the Raghu, the dynasty of Raghu. When they were in their childhood, they were only bothered about acquisition of knowledge. Then Yavane Vishayeshina. When you are young enough to have a married life, you can have all the pleasures of the second order of life. Then Vardhage Munivritti, that we are not accepting, but we have to accept at least Vardhage Munivritti. Now, at the time of age, you got the activity of a sage. You do not have a firm, what you call, you do not have a grip on the material pleasures of life, as in the Mahabharata we say yatha yatha viparyeti lokatantra masaravat tatha tatha viragotra jayate natra samshaya. We are not like a film actors to color our even after past 80 to appear to be young, to like that, and to stick to any type of pleasure. No, we have seen, if you have seen enough of pleasure in your life, it is time for us to gracefully give opportunity to the generation which comes later. That everybody has to accept, that everybody is accepting, or sooner or later everybody has to accept. And finally Kalidasa says that yogena ande tanityajan, you will have to give up your body through yoga. That may be not that much easy, but that shows a spirit of what you call asceticism, which will help you to attain peace and happiness at the final phase of your life. Nobody is past these things. This is the fate of everybody. So this beautifully Kalidasa speaks about this ashrama dharma, and so we have got different types of ashrama. We have got this brahmacharya ashrama, you have got the garhastya ashrama, then you have got vanaprastha ashrama, then you have got sannyasa ashrama. So and everybody has got his own dharma or his or her own dharma in these various fields of study. This is in general what Manu wanted to convey. Of course, there are a lot of things which are of a gray area which need further clarification and discussion. I am not going to enter into details of that, but this was the concept. This was the Indian concept at that time. So, and one beauty of Indian tradition is that they had put everything in black and white. Nowadays, we don't have any manual. A youngster who is entering the life does not have a reliable manual telling him or her to do this or that, only parental advice or the advice of the teachers like that. But in ancient India, the beauty of the civilization was that everything was written, everything was to be memorized. That is why these are called smridis. They are memorial, they are committed to memory, so that when you have got any doubt, you will consult these things and you do appropriate these things. But at the same time, that is a beauty of, again, that is a beauty of Indian tradition. Even though all these things are prescribed as rules, Mahabharata says it's very difficult to understand dharma. That is, Mahatma Gandhi was trying to find out what is truth, experiments with the truth. His autobiography is called Experiment with the Truth, the story of my experiments. Similarly, Mahabharata, we can say it is an experiment with dharma, to understand what is dharma, what is adharma. But on many occasions, we find that we are not in a position to understand what is dharma, what is adharma. What did the Pandavas employ dharma in their combat against the Kauravas? That is a question. That is a big problem. Similarly, there are many such instances when Nala, for example, had abandoned his wife in the forest. Was it dharma? We will say that it is because of the influence of Kali. Okay, that is there, but such instances are there, such stories are there, which will baffle us. We do not know what is dharma, whether a particular individual has done the dharma on a proper occasion. So that is why the Mahabharata says tarko apradishtaha. Logic is not conclusive. If you apply logic to understand what is dharma, and no, it is difficult. Then it says Shrudayo Vibhinna. The Shrutis are the Vedic scriptures. They are different. They give you conflicting accounts at times. Neigo Munir Yasya Vacha Prama. There is not a single sage whose words we can take as an authority. Because Yajnavalkya will be saying something, Manu will be saying something different, another sage will be saying something different. So whom are we to accept as pramana, as a valid preceptor? We do not know. That is what Mahabharata says. I'm not saying that. Dharmasya tattvam nihidam guhaya. The hidden secret of dharma is that is hidden in the cave. We do not know. We do not know. Then what is there? The only method is Mahajano Yena Gata Sapantha. The great path resorted to by worthy people. That alone that is our path. So the Shishtajara. So when you are in a doubt about something, you can, just as in a court, a judge, a learned judge is very at a loggerheads. He does not know. He is in a dilemma. Then what in such a similar situation, what is the judgment made by a learned judge in the past that he has to consult? The same thing happens. That is why we see in the Mahabharata thousands of stories, isn't it? We have got a main story, but suddenly there is some problem, moral dilemma. We do not know what to do. Then Vyasa says, Atraivo Daharandiyam Idihasam Puradana. So there is a story in the past. You can look at it. You can understand what is dharma and what is. This is how he behaved at that time. Then you will get some sort of a comfort. You will get some sort of a confidence. So that is the message which is given in the Mahabharata. That is, you have to consult the Shishtajara. That will be the guiding principle. Then, if we look at the post-Vedic scenario, it is like this. On one hand, there was some sort of a descent to the excesses of magic formulas and other things. And there was a clarion call to look within, to understand yourself, not to be deluded by what is going around you, and to stick to your noble path. One thing. On the other hand, there were manuals, there were stories, there were epics, But even in the epics, we find such moral dilemmas faced by great people. The big problem is that one dharma will be always clashing with another dharma. A classic example is the Ramayana, where Sri Rama faces a conflicting situation. As a husband, he has got some dharma. As a king, he has got another dharma. Which dharma is he to accept? So even he knows that his wife is innocent, but as a king, he has to prove that Caesar's wife is beyond any suspicion. So he has to do the hard thing. So that moral dilemma is there. I don't know whether he has taken a correct decision. Nobody knows. Even he does not know. Nobody knows. Even Valmiki is very circumspect about this. So that happens even in the case of great ideal people. There will be such moral dilemmas at one point or another. At that time, we have to, Kalidasa says, at that time, what are we going to do? Of course, Mahajano Yena Gadassa Pantha. That is one thing. There is another method of looking at these things. Kalidasa says, Sadam hi sandeha padeshu vastushu pramanam andakarana pravutta. When you have got a doubt, a good person, if he has got or has got a genuine doubt, pramanam andakarana pravutta, your inner conscience will tell you what is to be done. You have to listen to, there is an inner voice. The beauty of the human life is that somebody is always talking to us, isn't it? When we wake up in the morning and until we sleep in the night, there is somebody in me who is always having a dialogue with me. And he will be telling me this, do this. Sometimes I am so much frustrated, I will ask him, shut up, please, leave me alone. But again, he will be telling me to do this, that what you have done is not proper. You should have done that. You shouldn't have done that. Like that. He will be telling always. This is the antakarana. This is the inner voice. This is the voice of the conscience. Every human being, even a hardened criminal, will have that inner voice. You know, we
Rajendran,
see
sir,
that.
can you please conclude? We have a big program, so if you can please conclude.
Okay. I'm yeah, I am coming. Okay. So we have to look into the inner voice to understand what is right and what is wrong. This is what Kalidasa has mentioned, and he has portrayed a lot of ideal kings like Dilipa, Anagrishtasya Vishayehi Viddhana, Paradarshanaha, Tasya Dharmaraderasid, Vrthatum Jarasavina, Stitye Dandayato, Dandian, Parinedu Prasudaye, Apyarthakamo Tasyastam, Dharmayeva Manishina. So that is ideal. So do everything for the sake of dharma, and everything will follow. So this is something Indian civilization has found out. And this is no exaggeration, because when we come across the accounts of foreign travelers like Huan Sang or Ibn Battuta or many other people who have come to India at various points of time, we can see all of them are unanimous in their estimate of the Indian people, that they are virtuous, they are truthful, like that. So all these things is because of the dharma which was prevalent in India. And India has offered us some solutions to the what you call perplexing problems of modern moral dilemmas. And this ethical prerequisite is also present in any type of philosophy, like the Sankhya Yoga or Vedanta or whatever may be. The one prerequisite is ethical, and this ethical purity is achieved through yamas and niyamas, which Professor Hirina describes as the 10 commandments of India. Do's and don'ts. Certain things you have to do, certain things you shouldn't do, like ahimsa, etc. They are negative in their nature, and there are positive virtues. Just cultivating these things that you can achieve some sort of an ethical purity by means of which you can reach the launching pad through which you will realize yourself and the aims of life. So I'm sorry if I have taken more time than which was my due. Maybe I was a bit carried away by the topic. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So such a sweeping lecture where you have traveled all through almost literature, Veda and later. And most important, which we have to note here is Ruddhatvam Jaraya Vina. Beautiful statement. People will have a lot of excuses as they grow senior citizens. Oh, I am aged, I can't do. But that Jaraya Vina is interesting. No laziness, no laxity. We have to be always adhering to dharma, practice of dharma, voting dharma. Beautiful. Thank you, sir. Wonderful talk you have made. We are very much obliged for you. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste.
So next we have, thank you, sir, Rajendran, sir. Next we have talk by Dr. N.C. Bhinath, who is a professor of management studies and he's a researcher in Veda. He's going to talk on Bhagavata Dharma and the practice of Bhakti portal for peace and prosperity. Dr. N.C. Bhinath, are you ready?
Hello?
Yeah, please.
Have you got it?
Yes.
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
I think I'm not able to connect, sir.
Now you are okay.
Some
Now you are
problem is
safe.
there.
No.
Let's see.
Yeah, we can see you and we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. I think it's there. Can I start, sir? Can I start?
Please.
Yes,
Yeah,
please
please.
go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I think today's sharing is about Bhagavata Dharma. And Bhagavata Dharma is synonymous with bhakti. We have in our scripture a variety of presentations about bhakti and Bhagavata Dharma. I will share two topics on Bhagavata Dharma. One is a compendium on variety of issues from a different points of view. And the second is a very parsimonious 1,000 word count. So from a lot of words to limited words, we have got opportunity to understand the concept of Bhagavata Dharma and Bhakti. Now, the concept of Bhagavata and Bhakti go together. It pervades all aspects of life. It's both a beginner's choice and an adept's preference. Our texts, right from Samhitas, Upanishads, Itihasa, Purana, and later texts, have dealt with it in great detail. We feel that the inquiry into bhakti is put together as a compendium. It will help students like me. The span is wide from philosophy to fine arts. I have divided the compendium into 5 parts: Siddhanta, Sutra, Agama, Sampradaya, and Tanmayata. Siddhanta deals with the philosophy as found in other texts, with its disagreements, agreements, nuances. Sutras are a representation of great brevity. We'll deal with 2 of them today. Agamas have contributed to the concept of bhakti, of yuha, and drawn tantra and meld bhakti into community practice. Temple construction, management, popular festivals, theory comes down to practice. We have a variety of bhakti sampradayas, from the 3 acharyas to Chaitanya and Tukaram, to provide the practice base. They do differ, but provide options for the bhakta. At the individual level, it has led to great ecstasy. Bhakti poetry, visual arts are a part of our culture. They exist in all our languages. We have selected a sample of to understand how bhakti gets represented in our cultural history. In Sanskrit, we have got Bhattadri, Jayadeva. In other languages, we have got Tulsi, Mirabai, Tyagaraja, Andal, Dasa, and Charana Sahityas in Kannada, to take few examples. The effort is a 50 effort paper which has started. I'll share one part of it today. When you are inundated with words, brevity can be a great advantage. That is our sutra tradition. In this ocean of words, we have 2 Bhakti Sutras, Shandilya and Narada, each with around 1,000 word count, and attempt to present bhakti from theory to practice. Shandilya is considered to be a PCE text, before Christ text. Narada is a 12th century effort. Shandilya follows the Sutra tradition. The aphorisms are recondite and need Bhashya support. It has many of them with different Vedanta perceptions, from Shuddha Advaita to Atincha Veda of Gaudiya Vaishnavism. Narada is a very easy text, has no Bhashyas, and is more in the nature of a manual. It has many contemporary translations. That's similar, and Swami Harshananda had suggested an integration of the 2. As I do not seem to have happened, I attempted it. As a part of the compendium, we have got 3 papers, one on each of the traditions and one on integration. The readers have a choice. Broadly, all the 185 aphorisms are divided into 3 groups: special to Shandilya, special to Narada, and common. It starts with discussions on pramanas, authorities, and ends with the concept of the enumeration of the teachers of bhakti. It's a fantastic presentation of the total concept of bhakti in about 2,000 words. It's our first attempt. I'm sure it can be bettered. In the Bhakti Jignasa compendium, we have tried to provide options the moment truth chooses. if you're comfortable with philosophy, try to read the Chandelier and various bhashyas. If you are less comfortable, read Narada Bhakti Sutras, simple Sanskrit with very clear modern translations. The RKM mission has got many translations. My personal preference is Bhuteshananda, which is a series of lectures to the students of Japanese students. And Chagishananda, which has got word meanings, bhavartha, and discussion. The choice is yours. Whatever you want to learn, you learn the variety, you learn the limit, you learn the practice. The option of being a Bhagavata is yours. It is a life dedication of love to Lord. As Narada says, Bhakti is Parama Prema Samarupa. Thank you, sir. I finished. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, continue.
Hello?
Dr. Prabhakar, it seems Dr. Nath has ended the presentation.
Yeah. So, have you concluded, sir, your talk?
Yeah, he said, thank you, sir.
So, thank you very much, Dr. Nath Garu. So, I'm very happy, or we are all very happy at advanced age, but still he's working like a Rishi. He has his PhD from Madras University in 1952 in management science. And he has been working as a Rishi all through the time. And even today, he has done so much of voluminous work, and which will be evident in the Veda Ganga publications, previous and today's. This year also 28 volume. So he has been working, and because of probably the problem of internet, he is not able to be present completely. But however, we are very much obliged and very happy that Dr. Nath, who is a professor of management science, director of the Nagarjuna fertilizers factory company, and so on and so. So about 42 countries he has moved as professor and given lectures. And now he's more than 90 years and all that. So we are really great and getting him on the screen now and able to listen to his wonderful talk. Thank you very much. So I think we can go to the next speaker. Dr. Ghare. Huh?
Yeah. I'll be presenting Dr. Ghare's slides. So there will be audio for this presentation.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. The concepts of dharma, adharma, santita, prarabdha, punyarjana, papa santaya, papa praksharana, bandha, and moksha. The basic goal of all religions and their recommendations related to laws for physical and moral conduct are ideal behavioral patterns, sadachara, nitya, anitya, achara, samhita, etc. and prescriptions, worshipping, fasting, feasting, celebrations, etc. For example, astikya, nema, dana, dharma, puja, archana, vratacharana, tirthayatra, Jayanti, Punyatithi, Yajna, Yaga, Yoga, Utsav, Mahotsav, etc. is actually an effort to try to maximize the average happiness level over the Saukya Sthiti, or to minimize the average unhappiness level over the Dukkha Sthiti among their faithful human followers. Every activity promoting the achievement of this basic goal is therefore classified as dharmic, meaning worthy of holding on to or spiritually worthy, in tune with natural rhythms and most appropriate for repetitive performance by the performer. Therefore, special such codes of conduct have been identified, designed, and prescribed or recommended for each kind of human individuals and their each variety of profession or position of responsibility. For example, Raja Dharma, Praja Dharma, Matru Dharma, Pitru Dharma, Putra Dharma, Stri Dharma, Pati Dharma, Patni Dharma, etc. Every activity demoting or decelerating the achievement of this primary goal is therefore classified as a adharmika, meaning unworthy of repeating and sticking onto or holding onto, and spiritually unworthy, inauspicious, and inappropriate. These ideas and their potential of contributions to individual, social, national, and global health, peace, and happiness are being discussed here. Dharma literally means worthy of holding, sticking, depending on to, etc. And in practice, it has been representing either an ideal code of conduct or the yesterday's ideal, today's traditional code of conduct. Artha represents the art and technique of striving, urging, begging, acquiring knowledge, wealth, property, prosperity, etc. Kama represents affection, attachment, love, fulfillment of desires, wishes, etc. And moksha represents liberation from all acquisitions, which are unjustifiably lingering from one's past and here onwards have been unworthy, bad, unhealthy, physical, mental, emotional, intellectual practices. Dharma in traditional practice represents a morally based ideal code of conduct worthy of strictly following or firmly holding on to. Dharma-based actions and behavioral patterns need to be learned and practiced as a discipline right from the childhood. The thread ceremony, Maunji Bandhana Upanayan Samskara, is therefore recommended to be carried out on every child between his age group of 5 to 8, when the child takes an oath to learn, get educated in Veda, Shastra, Upanishadic literature, and accept to voluntarily behave as per the strict disciplinary rules and regulations during his forthcoming lifespan. These four accomplishments, Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha, are described as the four ideal aims or objectives called as Purushartha, worthy of striving for fulfillment in a typical satisfactorily accomplished human lifespan. Among these four worthy aims or objectives, Dharma is given the top first priority, and the next three are recommended to be earned only in ways compatible with or approved by the fulfillment of requirements of all earlier priorities. Therefore, the objectives Artha, Kama, and Moksha must be earned in ways which are fully approved by Dharma. Kama and Moksha must be earned in ways which are fully approved by Dharma as well as compatible with the Artha or physical and metaphysical financial like conditions of each individual. Moksha or liberation must be earned in ways which are fully approved by Dharma, compatible with Artha and compatible with Kama or natural desires gripping the occupying attention of one's mind. Dharma as a voluntarily vowed and binding discipline is most essential for the preservation of social and global peace, order, harmony, etc. The highest priority and importance given to Dharma is in ancient Vedic philosophy becomes glaringly evident in the Bhagavad Gita declaration, Yada yada hi dharmasya ग्लानिः भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानम् अधर्मस्य तदा आत्मानं सृजाम्यहम् परित्राणाय साधूनां विनाशाय च दुष्कृतां धर्म संस्थापनार्थाय संभवामि युगे युगे. Even Mother Nature, Prakriti, cannot tolerate large-scale, prolonged disobedience to dharma, the natural code of conduct, by all habitats of earth. Whenever such large-scale, adharmic, intolerable dharmaglani conditions result, God Supreme Purusha is forced to take special incarnations in order to restore the popularity and obedience to dharma and to negate, cleanse the bad consequences of rampant, undisciplined behavior or adharmacharana. Dharmo rakshati rakshakaha, meaning dharma is a worthy code of conduct which possesses an inherent characteristics that it automatically becomes a surveyor of the welfare of all those personalities who care to save or protect him. That is, follow the path recommended by Dharma, which is very carefully designed and recommended by knowledgeable scholars, experts. For example, in case of Sanatana Veda Dharma, by Vedic sages in Veda, Shastra, Purana, Gita, Upanishad type texts. Lord Shiva's right, Vrishabha or Nandikeshwara, bull, symbolically represents Dharma. Its four pillar-like legs are described as representations of 1. Tapa, meaning hard work with austerity. The Saucha, representing physical and mental, emotional, intellectual, moral cleanliness. 3. Daya, represents mercy, sympathy, love and compassion. And 4. Satya, representing truth, reality, correct and divine righteousness, etc. In this fashion, Tapa, Shaucha, Daya and Satya are moral qualities working like four legs or pillars for dharma. On the other hand, intoxication, dhumrapana, madhyadik, surapanadik vyasana, 2. Non-vegetarian food habits, mausahara, 3. Illicit relationships, kusanga, parastrigamana, etc. And 4. Gambling attitude, crave for dhyuta krida, are described as the four major handheld, even though psychiatric weapons, मानसिक प्रलोभन वैचारिक कुबुद्धिजन्य कुचेष्टा कुसंगतिजन्य परिणाम प्रवृत्ति etc. These brainwashing tools are used by the symbolic Chaturbhuja villains like Adharma or Kali to induce and popularize immoral sinning tendencies, papacharana, confusions, adharmacharana, which help to demolish the base of tenacious righteousness or satvika dharmika pravritti dharma. Saintly intellectual discriminating capability, satvika buddhi, pravrittim cha nivrittim cha karya akarye bhaya abhaye, bandham moksham cha yavetti buddhi sa partha satviki. A saintly firm mental emotional grip, satvika dhriti, to hold on firmly to good moral ways of behavior pattern. That is, dhrutya dharayate yaya manah prana indra kriyaha yogena avnabhicharinya dhruti sa partha satviki. Both these together, dhruti and satvik dhruti and buddhi, work like the base supporting foundation walls to build and establish the palace of dharma. On the other hand, rajasika and tamasika buddhi as well as rajasika and tamasika dhruti lead to immoral, low-sided, irrational, wicked, unjust, sinful, quarreling, crying behavioral patterns, adharma, anyaya, atyachara, vyabhichara, kalah pravritti, etc. They are defined in Bhagavad Gita as follows. Yaya dharmam adharmam cha karyam cha akaryam eva cha ayathavat pradhanati buddhi sa partha rajasi adharmam dharmam iti ya manyate tamasavrita sarva arthan viparitanscha buddhi sa partha tamasi. Yaya to dharma kam arthan dhrutya dharayate arjuna prasangena phalakankshi dhruti sa partha rajasi. Yaya swapnam bhayam shokam vishadam madam evacha na vimunchati durmedha dhruti sa partha tamasi. All such rajasic, tamasic buddhi, inaccurate, vague, half-true, misleading or wrong intellectual understanding, and rajasic, tamasic dhruti, that is beliefs, faith, mental, emotional, assertive resolutions, and associated wicked physical, mental, emotional, intellectual tendencies and behavior patterns lead to increase in unhappiness, tensions, sorrow, grief, etc. Sanchita literally means collected, acquired, and stored till death. It works like a background accumulation, for example, of expertise or inaptitude, wealth or poverty, bank balance or loan, debt, fame or defame, etc. In the context of righteousness and wickedness of behavior patterns, this sanchita refers to accumulated good and bad habits as well as up-to-date records of good and bad or moral and immoral actions and activities. Somehow, traditionally, it is getting connected and limited to accumulations of sins or moral spiritual credits acquired during all previous incarnations. The Ved, Shastra Upanishadic ideas about Purva Sanchita or Prarabdha do not refer only to the imaginably anticipated or unverifiable credits and discredits acquired during all the previous births or incarnations of a personality. Actually, such possibilities are also included along with all the actions and acquisitions made by every person in this current going on birth till death. The heredity-based or parental anuvamshika acquisition such as physical personality features, complexion, disease resistance, diseases or prosperity, poverty, intellectual capability, name and fame or defame labels, etc. should also be included as sources of happiness and or unhappiness belonging to this sanchita prarabdha category. Adhi Vyadhi. It is well known that blood pressure and diabetes are the most widely spread physical diseases today. In a majority of cases, both of these diseases are either parental or are caused mainly due to prolonged bad habits of wrong ways of volumes of eating and or drinking. All such chronic diseases are classified as Adhi. All other diseases which are results of incidental or accidental reasons such as infections, injuries, fractures, etc. are classified as Vyadhi. Both Adhi and Vyadhi type of diseases are results of some bad sanchit prarabdha type acquisitions at the instant of their birth. Every good activity such as yukta ahara, balanced and timely nutritious food consumption, yukta vihara, walking, exercise appropriate to age, sex, etc. Yukta chesta, appropriate activities, for example singing or hearing music or all ashtanga yoga practices, etc. Healthy sports and entertainment including tourism, yukta vihara tasa chesta. Performance of periodically recommended yukta vratacharana, fasting, worshipping, feasting, etc. Yukta satkarmacharana. Self-assessed age, sex and capabilities compatible, appropriate contemplation, thinking, reading, teaching, expectations, habits, yukta swapna avabodha, etc. lead to acquisition of credits, punyarjana, and good credibility of future purvasanchit, and gives good enjoyable benefits such as dukkha samana and sukha sampadana in the forthcoming lifespan period. There are two major classes of experiences of happiness, namely indriya sukha or happiness via sense organs. For example, eating tasty food, hearing pleasant music, viewing beautiful scenarios, smelling pleasant flowers, etc. And second, atindriya sukha or happiness via means not involving any sense organs. For example, reading a good thesis or novel, learning about a good news, solving a riddle, getting a new innovative idea for research and development, etc. The Vedopanishadic concept of punya can be defined as meritorious credits. Such merits can be earned by performing a variety of good moral activities at physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, intellectual levels. Like cash balance in a bank account, such credits are believed to get automatically deposited in a virtual divine account maintained by metaphysical manager Lord Chitragupta. The Vedopanishadic concept of papa is almost equivalent to sin, but is better definable as dismeritorious discredits. Such discredits can also be earned by performing a variety of bad immoral activities at physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, intellectual levels. Like cash balance in a bank account, such discredits also get automatically deposited in a virtual divine account maintained by metaphysical Lord Chitragupta. Simple physical actions like appropriate, timely, regular, nutritious food intake can be considered as a punya karma, earning meritorious credits, punya. Good health and physical strength are the happy rewards resulting from this meritorious acquisition of punya credits. Similarly, physical actions like inappropriate, untimely, irregular, nutritiously deficient, and either too little or too much of food intake can be considered as a papa karma, earning dismeritorious discredits, papa. Bad physical or mental health and physical weakness or chronic diseases are possible unhappy punishments resulting from this dismeritorious acquisition of papa discredits. Physical fatigue and mental stresses and tensions are common causes of unhappiness and virtual sin acquisition, paparjana, papa sanjaya, in the modern era. Prolonged acquisitions and negligence about taking countermeasures lead to diseases like high blood pressure, heart malfunctioning, headaches, sleeplessness, etc. Activities like yogasana, pranayama, pratyahara, yoga nidra, and meditation techniques lead to physical stress relaxation as well as reduction of mental tensions, papakshalana, and improved blood pressure conditions, heart functioning, etc. Just some period spent in the awakened state, Jagratavastha, unavoidably results in compilation of a lot of stress every day, papajana, papasanjaya. Therefore, every living species needs to rest in deep sleep every day. During the deep sleep period, the invisible divine presence, goddess Kali Mata, within each living species, virtually chews, eats, gulps up all these routine stress demons. Insufficient depth of deep sleep or sleeplessness are now known to create several health problems. Yogic practices lead to earning of meritorious credits, punyarjana, which compensates the bad effects of insufficient depth of deep sleep. In other words, using Vedic terminology, this variety of punyarjana leads to papakshalana. This is similar to paying monthly installment of a debt or a loan in a regular periodic interval. Every variety of punyarjana may not lead to papakshalana. Just like banks keeping separate records of customers' debt and loans and savings and fixed deposit type accounts, the Chitragupta, manager of Lord Yamraja, keeps separate files and records of punyarjana and punyasanchaya and paparjana and papasanchaya. In practice, we are experiencing the judgments and punishments being executed by Lord Yamraja all along our lifespan. Whenever the earning of new punyarjana is in excess of the previous stockpile of delete-worthy discredits, papasanchaya, then these good credit-worthy activities will improve the current level of meritorious good credit, punya stockpile. Physically, it can improve one's immunity level or disease resistance power, and mentally or emotionally, it can improve one's feeling or experience of peace, satisfaction, and happiness. Enjoying a stay in heaven, Swarga, like a stay in a five-star hotel, at the expense of the meritorious credits in one's account at the time of his or her death, and suffering punishments in hell, Naraka, like in jail, depending on the stockpile of discredits at the time of the person's death. This is postulated to happen during the interval period between a person's death and his or her birth in subsequent incarnation. However, logically in that case, there should be zero level of stockpile of credits and discredits at the time of the birth of every person's next incarnation. The same Puranic hypothesis also predicts of a soul being sentenced to pass through lives in numerous forms of living species, either as punishment of his sins or as reward of his good deeds. This prediction logically allows a soul to carry the stockpiles of both the credits and the discredits at the instant of the birth of that person's every new incarnation. Further, in case of the concept of liberation or moksha, it is illogical and impossible to get liberated from everything. Why should anybody want to get liberated from mental peace, satisfaction, and happiness? It is impossible to get liberated from one's body without death. What is logical and possible is to get liberated from the unhealthy diseases and associated unhappiness, as well as the crippling effects of aging and associated unhappiness. Logically, it is necessary to get more and more firmly bonded with belief in God, astikya, and associated relief from fear, leading to mental peace, satisfaction, and happiness, as well as with physical, mental, emotional, intellectual health. Liberation, moksha, is desirable only from all adharmic, immoral thoughts, activities, ways, patterns of behavior, who are the basic sources of suffering and unhappiness. As per a rough estimate type of probabilistic statement of Veda Upanishadic Puranic philosophy, on an average, a soul or spirit, Chaitanya, Satchit Anand Shakti, travels randomly through 8,004,00,000 of births in different living species, body formats, before getting a chance to get born in a human form. Every cycle of birth, lifespan, and death in a typical species form is that soul's journey of one incarnation in that form. Even though every soul's essential nature is omnipresent Parabrahma Swarupa, in a given incarnation, his abilities and activities get limited or restricted by the physical, mental, intellectual capabilities permissible in that particular living species body format. The Veda Purana Gita Upanishadic philosophy also further postulates that only in the human body lifespan format, the Jivatma or soul or the individual spirit gets an opportunity to willfully choose and control his lifespan goals and lifestyle. By making a proper choice of leading a saintly lifestyle, Sattvika Jivana Pranali, he can compile a stockpile of good moral spiritual credits, GMSC points, Punya Sanchaya, which can be sufficient to get favored allotment by Yamadharma Raja to get reborn in next consecutive human body format. The Veda Purana Gitopanishadic philosophy also postulates still further that in the interval period from a death till the next consecutive birth, the soul or spirit may be allotted a stay for a certain duration in comfortable heaven as well as in horrifying hell, depending on the stockpile of GMSC and BMSC, bad moral spiritual credits, at the instant of time of his death in the latest species format. If or whenever the Jivatma or soul or spirit gets the chance of rebirth in a human format, then he can again get the opportunity to willfully live in a saintly lifestyle, Sattvic Jinan Pranali. He can then again compile a stockpile of good moral spiritual credits, Punya Sanjaya. The stockpile of GMST points automatically pushes him nearer and nearer to the God Supreme. At the instant of his next death, if he has compiled a huge stockpile of GMSC points, Punya Sanjaya, then he can get still closer to the God Supreme and gets a quicker next chance to get reborn in a human species format. In this fashion, he can keep on improving his closeness with God Supreme in each repeated chance of living in human body format. The ultimate goal that can be achieved by any Jivatma or soul or spirit can be to earn enough GMSC points, Punya Sanchaya, which can earn him a zero distance spot or merger with the God Supreme. It is believed that after such a merger with God Supreme, Paramatma, the Jivatma, gets freedom from any further involvement in birth, life, death cycle of any additional incarnations. This status is called as liberation or moksha or mukti. Conclusions. Dharma is basically a natural code of conduct, adherence to which leads to maintenance or improvement in the happiness level of the adherent and his/her environment. Yat tat agre vishayam pariname amritopamam tat sukham satvikam proktam atma buddhi prasadajam. Any humanly designed and recommended set of code of conduct is also equivalent to a dharma, meaning worthy of following and holding on, sticking on to. Adharma is non-adherence to the proper code of conduct or adherence to an adulterated, improper or inappropriate code of conduct. Such behavior can lead to a temporary illusion of happiness, but actually causes reduction in the average happiness potential level or rise in unhappiness potential level. Visha Indriya Sanyogat yat tat agre amritopamam pariname visham iva tat sukham rajasam smritam. Misunderstanding or misinterpretation are some common causes of such behavior patterns. Intentional, selfish or mischievous misinterpretation or ignorantly misbelieved wrong interpretations and laziness or lethargy-based avoidance are some major causes of misconduct, and they can lead to either immediate or after prolonged comparisons to traumatic unhappiness levels, leading to a rise in suicidal tendencies, murders, revolts, revolutions, etc. Yat agre cha anubandhe cha sukham mohanam atmanah nidra alasya pramadotham tat tamasam udarhrutam. In any other living body format than living the human format, the Jivatma or soul or spirit does not get an opportunity to willfully choose his lifestyle and earn GMSC Punya Sanchaya points. Therefore, every human personality should be made aware of this golden opportunity and inspired to make maximum possible use of this opportunity to get into the inner orbit or cell with respect to God Supreme. The proper implementation of the nature's law of Shariram Adyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam is not only useful to live a happy, healthy and wealthy human lifespan, but it can and should be used to improve the spiritual status or nearness of each human's Jivatma or soul or spirit with respect to the God Supreme. Author wishes to thank Professor Prabhakarji for providing me this opportunity to present my views on these topics in the background of available Veda, Purana, Gita, Upanishadic information. Thanks are also due to the speaker who has volunteered to narrate this presentation on my behalf. And thanks to all audience for viewing this patiently. Om Tat Sat Brahmarpanamastu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Ghare. You have taken a lot of research, lot of work, and to give us a complete sketch of life, death, the travel in between, etc. It's really wonderful. And thank you very much. And moreover, you have shown ultimately, I think Ghare is also there. He said he may not be able to be present, but he must be there. So, dharmasya gatihi Bhagavad Gitayam magnam bhavati. See, all dharmas, as and how we keep on analyzing and describing and dissecting and explaining, etc., will ultimately get on into the Bhagavad Gita, which is a ocean. That's why this is Bhagavad Gita Su, Upanishatsu, Yoga Shastre, Moksha, and like that, Brahma Vidyayam. So the colophon that you read in Bhagavad Gita is marvelous. That is, we have to resort to Bhagavad Gita, and you have given a wonderful awareness, Gnana, Vignana, Pragnana, etc. by your wonderful talk, Dr. Ghare. So happy and congratulations. And we are very much indebted to this. Thank you. Prasad, next speaker.
Yeah. So next speaker, Dr. Ghare, it was very, very wonderful talk. So I will be speaking next on Upavas Dharma to attain health and heights of spirituality. And this talk is, I think, very nicely following what Dr. Ghare just said in terms of code of conduct of Dharma, especially in terms of eating and following a discipline of yoga and eating for our dharmic purposes. So let me share my screen. So my talk today is inspired by my curiosity in understanding how Upavasa Dharma has been a part of our tradition for thousands of years, and how very early we realize as Hindu civilization that Upavasam is a way to enable our body to have the ability to perform our dharmas, to attain health, long-term health, like Dr. Ghare said. It is not doing adharmic things for short-term happiness, but doing dharmic things for long-term health and to attain moksha, so to go to the heights of spirituality. So I'd like to start with a prayer. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Om Asatoma Sadgamaya, Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So what I will be talking today is about what is fasting, what is Upavasam, what are the benefits, and how is fasting being practiced. And then in our modern world, a lot of science has shown this idea of intermittent fasting, which I'll talk about briefly. And finally, I will give a set of conclusions to make fasting a way of life. Annapurna Devi is shown here. So our food is the source of energy for us. And I'm not a doctor in the medical sense, but we're all, in the journey of having a healthy and a vibrant life, and with having enough nutrition to do what we need to do. So this is mostly my understanding and study of what is the Upavasa ideas from our ancient traditions in different cultures like Jains and Hindus, and then how today modern science has adapted it, and what are sort of the takeaways for us. So what is fasting? What are the benefits? That's the first thing I'll talk now. So as we've been hearing, we need to do our swadharma ultimately, perform our activities and actions to maintain a healthy and sound body, and perform all the duties we need to do. And the essence of fasting or upavasam is to reduce the calorie intake. So what we eat, we need to check, right? So when you're doing fasting or when you're doing upavasam, you're intentionally reducing the calorie intake. So you're not eating rice, cereals, pulses, beans, peas, onions, garlic. So cooked food, right? So you're not eating things that are going to increase your calorie intake. And the upavasam purifies your body, mind, soul, and it is known to clear out toxins out of our body. And the effect of that is we're going to see a more calmer self. We're going to feel lighter, more energetic, and ultimately also as we practice fasting, we give some rest to our digestive system, and so overall it improves our digestive abilities over the long term. So the other way we have looked at fasting is also in a spiritual way, which is it's a form of meditation. Because when we are fasting, our body is responding to some sort of a little bit of a discomfort, and the discomfort gives us a little focus. And so it could be a tapasya, it could be also a detachment of resisting to have more calories or eat more food. And so if we can take this disorder or uncomfort in our body and focus it towards a spiritual or a more introspective nature, so we definitely have a step up in our spiritual, mental, and physical state. And I'm not a doctor, as I said, but what I read is that medically, it is a process that can increase our lifespan because it reduces the cell division rate. And the more we have lesser cell division rate, we have, again, proof that it increases lifespan. So again, fasting or upavasam is very important practice to have a healthy and a long lifespan. And like all the speakers have said, and we've been discussing, the right code of conduct of eating healthy, nutritious, timely food is our dharma. And eating, as you can say, fast food or snacking a lot or eating too much excessively is adharma. Right? We are doing injustice to our body, which is going to lead to unhappiness and, as Dr. Garay said, diseases and misery. And so sticking to our dharma of having a disciplined way of eating, right, is going to be very, very important for us, for our swadharma. So how is fasting being practiced, right? That's my next topic. So you can see that, in our culture, we have associated bhakti with fasting. As I said, this disorder or discomfort when we don't eat, if we can channel that focus into reverence to Ishtadevatam. So people, I know, and I have tried it also since I was young, fasting for different, Ishtadevata purposes. So Mondays, you want to fast for Shiva, Saturdays, you want to do it for Vishnu, Fridays, you want to do it for Santoshi Mata, right? So you find a way to connect and motivate yourself and control the urge to eat anything or eat certain things, right? So you don't eat bitter things when you're doing Santoshi Mata Vratam, or you don't eat cooked food when you're doing some of the other upavasams. So you can find a way to associate this bhakti with fasting, which is again improving our ability to have this spiritual, mental, and bodily health. And one of the most important fasting that our culture has practiced is the Ekadashi fasting. So this is mentioned in the Puranas as the best of all fasts. So Ekadashinam Sarvasam Kartavyam Pratamaadarat. So Ekadashi is this 26th lunar day, which is the Krishna Ekadashi, which is the most dear to Krishna. And in modern science, this Ekadashi is 11th day of lunar cycle. And it is said that the whole planet is in a state of fasting because of the astronomical phenomenon that's happening. So fasting on this Ekadashi is very symbolic in terms of how we connect with our planetary environment that we are in. And so that fasting is the most favorite day for Krishna, obviously, and also the day that is cosmologically also very important. So Ekadashi fasting is a tradition. Another set of fastings that our culture has produced, and the Jains actually have a very rigorous discipline about fasting. And I have some Jain friends, and I have talked to them, and so they have again several types of fasting. They have this Chauvihar Upvas, which is sort of the toughest and extreme way of fasting. So they restrict any kind of food or water starting from the previous sunset to the third day sunrise. So literally, you're not eating for a long time and not drinking anything. So this is the toughest. Tivihar Upvas is you give up food for the whole day, starting from the previous sunset to third day sunrise. And so approximately 36 hours, you are just on water, basically. So you're not doing much in terms of eating. Ayambil is where you just have one meal a day, which is usually your lunch, and then you drink some boiled water. And then Ekasana is you have only one meal per day. And Biyasana is having 2 meals a day. And Chauvihar is having no food or water after sunset. And many Jains practice this daily. And as I'll talk next about intermittent fasting and the modern science, what it has found is, a combination of these are very, very important for weight loss, for improving our, cholesterol levels, reducing our blood pressure, reducing the risk of diabetes, cancer. So medicine has overwhelmingly showed, anecdotally as well as scientifically, that a combination of these is very, very important. So especially where you don't eat after sunset, that has shown to be really a wonderful way to achieve very healthy living and achieve weight loss and keeping weight loss as a permanent solution to us. So Ekasana, 1 meal a day. Again, that's also a very important practice. A lot of yogis do that. And so these are some of the types of fasting, depending on what practice you want to choose. And so, as I said, I want to touch this topic of intermittent fasting, which is the most modern idea about fasting. And you will see lots of books being written these days, lots of videos being created these days, and literally every doctor and every person who's a nutrition specialist is suggesting this idea for us to do. And intermittent fasting is basically, again, disrupting this 3 meals a day mindset that we have, and that is, again, scientifically shown to improve brain function, help us lose weight. And in the paradigm of intermittent fasting, when to eat is more important than what to eat. So here there is no suggestion that you should not eat fat or you should not eat, a certain kinds of foods or anything. So here the prescription is deciding when you are eating. And so the 16-8 fasting, which seems a little confusing, but the idea is you are fasting for 16 hours and you're eating whatever you're eating in an 8-hour period. And intentionally, again, what you're doing, just like we talked in the purpose of Upavasa, is you're containing the calorie intake. And so you'll consume fewer calories, and that is going to give you the benefits that I talked about. And so you can eat whatever you can eat in the 8 hours, and then you don't eat for 16 hours. So you can have different eating windows where you eat a good breakfast and then you eat an early dinner, or you skip breakfast, you eat an early lunch and an early dinner, or you eat sort of a late lunch and a late dinner. So any of these is going to work in terms of intermittent fasting. And there's a lot of stories and science that shows you can reduce body weight 3 to 8% over 3 to 24 weeks. So this science is overwhelmingly proven that intermittent fasting is a very effective way. So to conclude, how can we make Upavasam a way of life, right? So we talked about adding bhakti, adding a discipline, a code of conduct, like Dr. Ghare was saying, for long-term happiness. And so the essence of it, what I understood from the Upavasa practice is being consciously careful to reduce the calorie intake, eating smaller portions, more fiber, more protein, avoiding snacking during the day, avoiding sugary foods or foods rich in fat, which again are high calories. And in the intermittent fasting, they don't specify this, but still for doing the dharma, right, we want to limit as much sugary foods or foods rich in fat. And most important is keeping hydrated. So drinking water during fasting is very, very important. That's what everybody says. And also for a longer time, discipline and just to motivate ourselves, weighing ourselves every morning, tracking it is a good discipline. And incorporating bhakti, as I said, you can pick a Ishta Devata to do the fasting. That motivates us, that keeps us, as we talked about in the Moksha Margam, so that being close in spirit with God, right? So that's another very important aspect. And when you're fasting, your body, as I said, is in uncomfort, discomfort, and disorder. So you can use that focus in that sense to channel it towards God. And definitely the other overwhelming suggestion you will see in conjunction with Upavasam is regular exercise and yoga. And this is what also Dr. Ghare was talking with the combined good sleep routine, which is also very important to rejuvenate. And he talked about, Kali Devi, taking all the bad aspects of our life when we sleep. So I think this talk that I'm giving very much compliments. I'm very happy that I'm talking after Dr. Ghare, but good sleep along with good fasting habits and regular exercise, especially yoga, is our secret to long-term happiness. And then finally, I think we are all saying this over and over again, given the theme of the talk, is that having a dharmic eating or a dharmic commitment to life to do our duties as our swadharma will lead to a dharmic life and eternal happiness and moksha. So I echo everybody's ideas in this talk, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Prasad. It was very nice presentation and very true. And you have coupled many things with the science of biology, especially while eating food and the sattvic ahara that we are supposed to eat to lead a dharmic life. And it was a wonderful presentation and on time. And one thing is that there is a proverb in Telugu, Lankanam Paramaushadham. So doing fasting is also a great medicine. And upavasa, upa means near, and vasam means sitting. So sitting near to God and doing his Stotranama is the dharmic life. And of course that fasting part is depending on the human being's health and other things which you have added to that. And it was a very nice talk. Thank you very much, Prasad, Dr. Prasad.
Thank you, Raghava.
And Dr. Raghava. And I am just wondering that Prasad, Anjaneya Prasad, has really practically enjoying this fasting mode. And in fact, I should mention, when I visited Ohio, Columbus, I found some Jain lady who never touched food for 7-8 days. But her normal duty was simply normal. Serving the cooking and serving the children and going here and there, and all activity quite normal. And the 7th or 8th day, we happened to meet her, and she said, I have been fasting. I don't touch any food, only water 2 or 3 times. And that's how after all, body is ours own. Something like in America, people say, babies are us, toys are us, or toys are ours. The shop name is Toys Are Ours. The babies are ours. So this is a wonderful working. And also, another name for the furniture shop in America, as you see, is rooms to go. They don't say it's furniture shop. So the moment you take a furniture, your room in the house is gone. So rooms to go, that's the board they keep up for the furniture shop in New York. So all these things will inspire that body is not simply a sack where you keep on filling and suffer all problems. Because see, in Upanishad, we have got a beautiful statement. Nakanchana vasatau pratyachechita tadvratam annam brahmeti vyapam upa annam brahmeti vyajanat. And we have got hundreds of, especially Taittiriya Upanishad is a wonderful guide for us, because it talks about that kanchana vasatau pratyachesha, vasati or annam. These are the 2 main things which will regulate our body, mind, spirit, and put you on the track, spiritual track and spiritual attainments, and moreover all that. So the talk that Dr. Prasad presented is really pictorial and is again so much inspiring. And not only is talking, but is also doing the same thing. We observe. I asked him to know, he's so strict about eating the sweets and that and this and so. So somehow, and moreover, as a professor, he has to maintain a good amount of work. And Lord, also the sleep is and other things should not be more and more in that. Whatever wanted quantities are there, that only to enjoy. As Rajendran has pointed out, see, the old age without like jara, though age comes to the body, sarira, kalevara, deha, etc., but the laziness must not follow it. You should be active as you are. And something like when a man becomes a father, when a woman becomes a mother, they have to salute and also give up the laziness. Because the child will make the boy, father or mother or grandpa or grandma, to run. Because the immense energy is there in a small child. If you ask, the moment you leave the child on the road, it will run. You should run to catch, to save the. So that's why the fasting also is one of the important dharmas that has been described for our body, mind, and spirit. So the eating will decide. So today's eating is tomorrow's safety or problem. So today you enjoy, but tomorrow you should also remember that should be a secured one for you, that you will not be suffering. So we have so much of beautiful dharma, that's upavasa dharma and bhakti dharma, and again, so all, and yoga dharma. Yoga is that. That's why in Bhagavad Gita, Krishna did not keep on telling yoga, yujyasva bharata, samatvam yoga uchyate, etc. And like that he went on telling. But how long? 17th chapter, you just talked about the kitchen, the menu, and the variety, satvika ahara, and Rajasika Ahara and Tamasika Ahara. So you can see he has somewhere, and also he has told you what are the tastes, because our tongue is truant. It has got 6 buds, Shadrasopeta. All the Shadrasas are tested and enjoyed by the tongue. There we are to have lot of control. So if tongue is controlled, stomach is happy. If tongue is mischievous, abusing, then stomach will also start crying. If stomach cries, problems crop up. If tongue can be controlled, life health. So like that, the most interesting dharma, Upavas dharma, has been talked about. In fact, he has got a neighbor, Anand, and he is a cardiologist. And he was also always telling how many hours fasting is there from eating to eating. He will be always putting the meter before us. So he had actually delivered talk on the Upavasa and how it helps the heart functioning and all that. So there are many doctors, many people who talk about this, and I'm very happy that he has chosen a wonderful topic, not only to give lecture on the platform, but also to demonstrate that he is also a practical person trying to practice as much as possible, because he goes for gym and he has got yoga master in Columbus, that is Vimal Patel, and so like that. Thank you very much. So we go to the next speaker, Prasad.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Dr. Aparna Dheer Kandelwal. She's an assistant professor in Sanskrit. She's the secretary of the wider Association of Vedic Studies. So she's going to talk on devotion as the element of dharma, a pathway for all attainments. Dr. Aparna Dheer, can you please start?
Namo Namaha. Om Ishavasya Midam Sarvam Yat Kinchat Jagatyam Jagat Ten Tyakten Bhunjita Ma Gridaha Kasya Vidhanam. Namaste to all, and good evening and good morning here in India and US, and to respected all whom can see here on the screen, like Professor Prabhakar sir, Dr. Prasad ji, Dr. Raghav ji, Professor Shashi Tiwari madam, Dr. Tharma ma'am, Dr. Charan sir, and many others whom I am very much familiar, and they are like teachers to me. So presenting in front of them is actually actually a learning also. So I'm just trying to say a few words because Dr. Ghereji, he's also very respected to me, and he has shared so much knowledge with us in his presentation. And in the continuity, Dr. Prasadji has also discussed the same, but on a different platform, taking different aspects. So I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, it is visible.
Okay,
Yes, very much, Aparna.
Thank you. So my topic of today's presentation is devotion as the element of dharma, a pathway for all attainments. Here I can say that in the topic itself, I can talk about, there are 4 major points to discuss. Like first is devotion, then dharma, and then attainments, and what is the path. So I'm taking devotion as a pathway. It is a path to achieve all the attainments, and devotion is nothing else but a kind of a dharma itself. So starting with this presentation, as one, this particular, when we want to discuss the dharma, then this particular shloka of Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, is always there in our mind, which says, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanar bhavtir bharatah abhyudha uthanam adharmasya tadatmanam srijamayam aham paritranay sadhunam vinashaya cha dushkritam dharm sansthapanarthaya sambhavami yuge yuge. Whenever there is a adharm, there is always dharm. So adharm and dharm both are going together, and in fact adharm को हटाने के लिए ही धर्म है, या धर्म की स्थापना सबसे आगे इसीलिए है क्योंकि जब हम लाइफ में अपने आसपास इतना अधर्म देख रहे हैं, उसके वे में भी हम समझ सकते हैं. So in simple, this particular shloka I'm taking because just to mention where we can find the first word dharma, which is very popular in today's society even. So when we want to understand what is dharma, this quotation अथ को धर्मः. This is from the मीमांसा दर्शन only, the अर्थ संग्रह. And वहां पर ये प्रश्न सबसे पहले यही आता है कि धर्म क्या है. Then I have chosen few quotations only regarding dharma. That is from Mahabharata. Dharnat dharma itiyahu. अर्थात जो धर्म है वो धारण करता है, जो धारण करता है वही धर्म है. तो इस तरह से मैं समझती हूँ कि जैसे कि it provides a certain format, like Dr. Prasad ji, Dr. Ghere ji just mentioned that किस तरह से different dharmas are there. राज धर्म, पत्नी धर्म, समाज में रहते हुए हमारे अपने धर्म है. देयर आर लॉट ऑफ धर्म. सो जो एक फॉर्मेट प्रोवाइड करता है दैट इज धर्म. सो जो धारण कर रहा है मेरे अकॉर्डिंग मैं ऐसा समझती हूँ. तो दैट इज मेंशन इन देयर इन द महाभारत एंड द मीमांसा दर्शन, बिकॉज इट इज दर्शन केम आफ्टर द our brahmanas or the Vedic text. It comes in the section of post Vedic literature, where because in the brahmanas we have performed lot of rituals where there is a mention of lot of sacrifices and other ritual practices. So for Mimamsa darshan, or we can say for the darshanas, they have said like yagadi rev dharma, jo yagya adi hai wahi dharma hai. So in that sense we can take this as an dharma as an word, as an expression for the kartavya, jo hamare actions hain wahi dharma hai. And then moving to the Manusmriti, the Smriti Granthas, and Manusmriti is the popular one. It says in the second chapter, Shruti, Smriti, Sadacharaha, Swasya cha Priyam Atmanaha, Etat Chaturvedam, Prahu, Sakshat Dharmasya Lakshanam. मनुस्मृति में धर्म के लक्षण देते हुए कहा गया है कि जो वेद में कहा गया, जो स्मृतियों द्वारा कहा गया, मतलब कि whatever there in the Vedic literature, whatever they are mentioned by the Yagyavalkya Smriti, Parashar Smriti, Manusmriti and other Smriti Granthas, और जो आचरण करने योग्य है, जो सद आचरण है, जिसके जो हमारे एक कुछ वर्चूज हैं, जिनको हमें मॉरल ड्यूटीज हैं, एथिक्स हैं, वो, और लास्टली जो हमें खुद को अच्छा लगे, whatever is pleasant to us, जो pleasing हमें लगता है, जिससे हम आनंद की अनुभूति करते हैं, ये सभी धर्म के लक्षण हैं, धर्म के लक्षण माने गए हैं. So ज्यादा in detail in the definition I'm not going, just to give an overview. And as mentioned by Dr. Ghere sir, we have a mention of Purusharth Chatushtay in our whole Vedic or Sanskrit literature, we can say, where we have found that dharma, arth, kam, moksha are the four pillars of our life, in fact, because these are the four goals or achievements, objectives of our life. And starting with the dharma, we have to move towards moksha for the ultimate happiness or the ultimate jo hamara goal hai life ka. So this is all about, I think this can provide a small definition about dharma. Now here is a word called swasya cha priya atmanam. इस लाइन को I want to clarify much कि हमें अपने लिए अपनी हैप्पीनेस को ध्यान में रखना चाहिए, और क्या हमारे लिए प्लेजेंट है उस पर हमारा फोकस होना चाहिए, और वो कब हम उस हैप्पीनेस को, उस अल्टीमेट हैप्पीनेस को या ब्लिस फीलिंग को हम कब अचीव कर सकते हैं, उस पे हमें हमेशा ध्यान रखना चाहिए. और इसी को शायद उन्होंने धर्म के लक्षण में लिया है. धर्म का लक्षण अगर हम देखें, कुछ हमें और भी मिलता है, जैसे कि याज्ञवल्क्य स्मृति में कहा गया है, अहिंसा, सत्य, चोरी ना करना, शौच, स्वच्छता, जैसा भी बताया भी गया था, इंद्रिय निग्रह, लाइक कंट्रोल ऑफ सेंसेस, देन दान, देन संयम एंड दया, एंड देन शांति, ये धर्म के साधन कहे गए हैं. इसके अलावा मनुस्मृति में भी धृति, क्षमा, दमो, अस्तयम, शोचम, इंद्रियम निग्रह, धी, विद्या, सत्यम, अक्रोधो, दक्षम, धर्म लक्षणम, ये 10 धर्म के लक्षण कहे गए हैं, जिसमें यही बात है. Then we should have patience, we should have forgiveness, then उसके बाद control of senses, then there should not be any kind of किसी का हमें कुछ हमारे में त्याग भाव रहना चाहिए, ना कि हम किसी के प्रति greed रखें. Then there should be आंतरिक और बाहरी जो क्लीनिनेस हमें मेंटेन करना चाहिए, एंड देन उसके अलावा देन आवर सेंसेस शुड बी इन कंट्रोल, एंड देन हमारी जो बुद्धि है वो निरंतर जो है अच्छे कर्मों की तरफ प्रवृत्त होने वाली हो, बढ़ने वाली हो. एंड देन वी शुड हैव द विजडम, वी शुड ऑलवेज हैव inquisitiveness to gain the जो यथार्थ ज्ञान है, true knowledge है, pure knowledge है, and then truth, that is the major important aspect of dharma, and then akrodh, कभी भी हमारे अंदर anger नहीं होना चाहिए. Yesterday Dr. Professor Prabhakar sir mentioned in the Ved Ganga volume about in the introduction of Ved Ganga volume that I asked him why Kal Bhairav picture is so in anger. So he explained me, I was totally unaware of this thing, that this picture actually depicting the adharm state of somebody. So whenever we are in anger or something like that, our look and feel is also changes into the negative, it gives negative vibrations to all, and also it is actually depicting the adharma side. So that was a new learning for me. Then again in Padma Puran, the same characteristics of dharma is given. So this is again about the introduction only. Now here I'm talking about the attainments, what we want to achieve in our life. As a young, if we talk about this thing about to the youngsters, they will definitely talk about that we need money, we need fame, but that is not the ultimate attainment. Once you cross, once you come across, come to your middle age group, or even more than that, one definitely understand that the real attainments of life are something else. So what are these? First of all, learning. Whatever I am doing, I must have a good learning thinking. I must learn something in every action I do. Secondly, and whatever I'm learning and whatever I'm performing, my full focus is on this, that I get success in that thing. We sometimes never get succeed even, but success should be our main goal, and this we consider as one of the achievement also. Then once we have the learning and we are performing actions and we are getting success for that, what we achieve is the satisfaction. संतुष्टि होना सबसे important है. जब तक संतुष्टि नहीं, तब तक हमें लगता ही नहीं कि हमने कुछ किया है. So whatever we are doing, even we are working for 48 hours non-stop, success rate is there. But again, on top of that, satisfaction is must rather than getting success. So even I'm getting, if I got failure in something, then too I must have this feeling of satisfaction that I have tried that thing. So after that, there should be a positive outlook to whatever I'm doing. So one should always check their actions, that we are learning something, we are gaining something, we are getting success or not, we are having satisfaction or not, and again, is the action I'm doing is giving me positivity or negativity. Sometimes people are so stressful in the actions they are doing. So that is not the thing. We must remain positive. So we should perform those actions only which gives us positive vibrations or positivity in mind, positivity in all around us. And then peace. Once we have the positive vibrations within us or the positive thinking in us within us, then what we achieve is the peace. जो हम कहते हैं हमारा मन एकदम शांत रहता है, जो हम शांति का अनुभव करते हैं चाहे कितना भी काम हो, लेकिन हम एक डीप, जैसे अभी बात हो रही थी फास्टिंग वाले प्रेजेंटेशन में, that sleep is very much important. So it's not about sleeping with the physical body only, it's like mental peace only. When आप चाहे 6 hours सोएं या 7 घंटे सोएं या 8 घंटे सोएं, whenever you sleep, तो it should be very peaceful sleep. आपका माइंड हमेशा शांत रहना चाहिए, चाहे आप कितने भी स्ट्रेसफुल सिनेरियो में हैं. तो that is also achieved once you are satisfied with your actions. Then once you are at the peaceful state of mind, definitely you are in the happiness state of mind. So happiness is again is related to our actions only, our duties only, जो कि मैं धर्म का एक एलिमेंट के रूप में हम देखते हैं, जैसा मैंने याग आदि रेव को एक्शंस के रूप में लिया था. So happiness is an achievement also. So then once you are happy from within, it's not about laughing out loudly. It's not about smiling on your face. a smile on your face. It's about feeling happy from within. Always you are having a very pleasant personality from within also, rather just giving a good looks and all on the in meetings and everything, but you should feel happy and healthy from inside. And I consider all these things, all these parameters as the attainments to which one must achieve, even while being young or old or in the middle age group. These are our actual attainments of life, I consider. And these all attainments can be achieved only if a person is devoted to his actions. If the person is not devoted, or even if a person is not working properly with full focus or with full devotion, then I don't think all these attainments can be achieved. So so this can be even discussed when once we can meet somebody, and कभी हम कहते हैं किसी हम साधु वगैरह से मिले, किसी ऐसे बड़े व्यक्ति से मिले जो अपने जीवन में बहुत ही अच्छा फील करते हैं, तो वो अच्छा जो फील करते हैं उनके पीछे की हिस्ट्री यही बताती है कि वो अपनी लाइफ में थ्रू आउट बहुत ही डिवोटेड रहे हैं. तो अगर हम कहें कि वी हैव दिस फ्रेज वर्क इज वर्शिप, तो work is worship is a phrase which is very common, and we always ask our children to perform their duties as a worship and to consider that work as as worship. So for this, why it is so? Because whatever we are doing, we must have learning from it. We must gain respect from that work, and we must feel respectful about that, what we are doing. And again, gaining whatever achievements I just told, all these must one person must gain all these achievements. Like they must have satisfaction, they must have a peaceful mind or a happy mind, and etc. etc. So what about when talking about learning, how this learning can be done with a devoted mind? I think that approach is, which is very much easier for even if we want to follow. That approach is one should lead a very disciplined life. Discipline doesn't mean getting up at 8 or 4 or 5. I think in all our actions, अपने आप पर नियंत्रण करते हुए आगे बढ़ना, that is a disciplined approach. तो वो किस तरह से करना है, वो हर इंडिविजुअल का मुझे लगता है अपना अपना है. उन्हें खुद ही पता होना चाहिए कि हमें क्या करना है, और तभी लर्निंग पॉसिबल है. देन वी हैव द सिस्टमैटिक. Discipline and systematic looks very synonym to each other, but they are different. Systematic is whatever you are doing, it should be in order. ऐसा नहीं कि randomly कुछ भी pick कर लिया और कुछ भी काम करना शुरू कर दिया. We have to make a list of things we want to do, and then we have to perform accordingly. Similarly, punctuality. बहुत से हम देखते हैं कि कई बार ऐसा होता है कि हमारे आसपास के इंडिविजुअल्स ऐसा कहते हैं, आज छोड़ दो, ये काम आज नहीं हो रहा है, कल कर लेंगे, कभी कर लेंगे, अगले महीने देख लेंगे. लेकिन अगर हम उसे पंक्चुअल वे में ही कंट्रोल करना शुरू कर दें, तो हमारी अप्रोच जो है लर्निंग की तरफ ज्यादा रहती है. So one has to be disciplined, one has to be systematic, one has to be punctual, and these all are the basic elements of devotion ultimately for the attainment of the real dharma, that is the happiness and the health. So I'm not going into detail to explain these basic ideas. How it is possible, how this learning is possible, I feel the more and more we are doing interaction. ऐसा नहीं कि अपने ज्ञान को अपने तक ही सीमित रखा, हमने दूसरों से भी कुछ जाना, उनके साथ इंटरेक्ट किया, और साथ ही whatever, like in our Upanishads, the student teacher relationship was like that only. They have interactive sessions, they have definitely which ultimately give them the learning source of learning only also. And then one has to be focused and focused mind. The mind should be focused. ऐसा नहीं कि हमारा discipline and systematic approach तो है, we are doing our actions very systematically or in a very orderly way, but if our mind is not focused, मुझे ये भी काम करना है, मुझे ये भी काम करना है, मुझे ये भी करना है, लेकिन हम कुछ भी नहीं कर पा रहे, तो हमारे माइंड को कंट्रोल करना, या माइंड को हम कहें तो उसकी प्रोग्रामिंग करके आगे बढ़ना, वो मुझे लगता है उसी से लर्निंग पॉसिबल है। सो ये भी आपको देखना, जो डिवोटेड माइंड से चलने वाले लोग होंगे, नेचुरली दे हैव अ वेरी फोकस्ड माइंड, whatever they want to achieve in life, not only the money or the fame, more than that. And whatever action you are doing, it should be with interest. ऐसा नहीं कि इंटरेस्ट लूज करके हम काम कर रहे हैं just for the sake of doing work. It's not like that. One must have full interest in that action. So I think learning का approach discipline, systematic and punctuality रहता है, and this is possible when we have a very interactive and focused mind, and that too followed by the with interest, with interest. And then the outcome is, what is the outcome? When we are performing our actions like that, then when we have a very sharp memory, it is impossible if anyone say that my memory I have lost, like मुझे नहीं याद ये मैंने कब किया था, क्योंकि ऐसा पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। क्योंकि मैंने खुद देखा है कि जब हम फोकस माइंड से काम करते हैं, चाहे कितने भी साल बीत जाए, आपको वो बात याद रहती है, क्योंकि आपने उस टाइम फोकस किया होता है। तो इसीलिए इट गिव्स यू अ वेरी फोकस शार्प मेमोरी, इट डेवलप्स योर ओन स्किल। आप काफी हद तक कई चीजें खुद करने लग जाते हैं। सो लर्निंग का एटीट्यूड अगर हम डिवोटेड माइंड से चलते हैं, तो नेचुरली यू हैव अ वेरी लॉट्स ऑफ स्किल्स विद इन यू, एंड दैट मेक्स यू अ सेल्फ रिलायंट पर्सन, एंड विच इज अगेन अ वेरी यूनिक क्वालिटी ऑफ योर्स, जो हमारा आजकल आत्मनिर्भर भारत का भी चल रहा है। उसके अलावा भी आप अपने आप में ही इतने स्किलफुल हो जाते हैं, विच इज अ वेरी यूनिक कॉन्सेप्ट। इवन I'm working in Institute of Advanced Sciences in Dartmouth, Professor Balram Singh ji, and we both are working on this idea only, how to become self-reliant through various, like last year we have presented here the Shudra concept, which is again a discussion based on the self-reliant perspective of the society. Then once you have very sharp memory and you have you are a skillful person with a unique style of yours, definitely you are a person with an elevated thinking, which is, it doesn't matter how old are you, but you have something where some thought process which is elevated from others. So it gives you a unique personality also. So all this because of the devotion which you put in while learning with a good approach of systematic lifestyle. So this is just a idea how to become devoted person. What is needed? हमें क्या चाहिए एक devoted person बनने के लिए? वैसे तो though it is up to you, it is up to the person who wants to lead such a systematic life, but still sometimes we don't know how to pursue it. So I think, and I have even read in few articles also, that first of all, everyone, and even Professor Singh always told us that everyone has hidden potential himself in themselves. So you are unique in yourself. You are a great creation of God. So it is up to you how to realize your hidden potentials, how to realize that how much unique you are from others. You have infinite power within you. In fact, you can say that you can do all things. Never underestimate yourself. You always think that I have infinite power and let me try this. And with a devoted mind, if you do that, definitely you will succeed. No matter, it's not about getting 100%. Maybe it's about 20% only, but at least you should try, and you will have that satisfaction within you. Then no escape. If you think there is any escape from the work being assigned to you, then you are wrong. There is no escape. Agar aap devoted mind se chalte hain, and if you want to achieve the real happiness, so you always think कि यहाँ से हमें बच निकल सकता ही नहीं. I cannot escape from there. जब ऐसा सोच के चलेंगे, then you will definitely put your 100% effort to your whatever actions you are doing. So this much is needed once you want to lead a very devoted life. So in the words of Shri Ravi Shankar ji, he said in one of the article, like, put your heart and soul into your actions. So whatever you are doing, do it with full heart and soul. Don't do it with half-minded, half thoughts, or less interest, or unfocused mind. Give your 100% to it. Only then you will achieve the real attainment of life. That is our main goal, from dharma to moksha. And then in the words of Swami Shanta Atmanand ji, aware of being a bundle of energy, full of hope, positivity, and enthusiasm. So this is again a person having a devoted mindset. अपने आप को feel करना कि मेरे पास इतनी energy है, I can do anything. एंड हमेशा वन शुड बी, जब हम कहते हैं कि कभी भी उदासीन नहीं होना चाहिए, यू शुड बी ऑलवेज ऑप्टिमिस्टिक, not the pessimistic type person. You should have full confidence on yourself that I can do this work, I can do. So this will, and with whole enthusiasm, your energy level will definitely rise up, whether you have taken your food or not, you have taken a good sleep or not, but you will definitely do if you have such a devoted kind of a mindset. Ultimately, in the words of 14th Dalai Lama ji, this term is given by him only, mental immunity. As Dr. Ghere ji mentioned, lots of food items and other practices to gain the to have the very happy healthy life. So this word I'm referring, I like this term a lot, mental immunity. In the corona time, and every time we are discussing about the physical immunity only. We are discussing about the we need to be very we need to have very good immune system to fight against lots of viruses and bacteria and other things. But moreover, we must have a mental immunity first. Today we are living so much stressful life with lots of negative and other toxic ideas and things which are going there in our mind. So we need to take away all the toxic ideas, all the harmful emotions and thoughts, and even those things which causes mental unhealthy disturbance or mental pain to our mind. We must eradicate all those thoughts and other things. We must immune our mental and physical body beautifully, so that we can lead a very healthy and happy life. And this is, I think, the real attainment of our life and the ultimate practice of dharma, I feel. And the biggest examples of devotion, I feel, is from our epics only. You can have a look of the you all know, you are very much experienced than me, that Lord Krishna and Arjuna, and here Hanumanji. Arjuna is the biggest example of devotion. अगर वो अपने आप को surrender नहीं करते कृष्ण जी के आगे, and वो उनको ये ज्ञान जो उनके माध्यम से हम सबको मिला, शायद कभी मिलता ही नहीं. तो ये भी एक अपने आप में devotion है कि पूरी निष्ठा से आप जो कर रहे हैं वो उनको जब सुनना चाहते हैं तो वो पूरी तरह से सुन रहे हैं और समझ रहे हैं. Similarly, हनुमान जी को अगर हम devoted life के रूप में अगर हम देखें, तो उन्होंने अगर एक बार ठान लिया, निष्ठा पूरी रखी कि हाँ मुझे जाना ही है, लंका से सीता मैया को देखना ही है और लेकर आना ही है, जो भी उनके मन में धारणा है, हम सब जानते हैं. तो उन्होंने इस निष्ठा को रखा और उस पर आगे बढ़े. उन्होंने उसके फियर्स को, उसकी जो दूसरे प्रैक्टिस, जो उसके जैसे मैंने भी बात किया मेंटल इम्यूनिटी की, उसके नेगेटिव एस्पेक्ट्स को सोचते ना हुए वो आगे बढ़े. So one should have a very devoted mind and always think about the attainments which are there to achieve and for the performance of the dharma, to practice the dharma. And this is nothing but the our Supreme Court of India also say yato dharma tato jaya. तो जहां पर धर्म है वहीं जीत है. तो यही मैं भी मानती हूँ और इसी के साथ मुझे लगता है कि डिवोटेड माइंड से ही हम असली धर्म को की प्रैक्टिस करते हुए निश्चित रूप से हम विजयी बनेंगे. धन्यवाद. थैंक यू.
Yes, Babu, beautiful presentation. Thank you very much, Aparna. You have been doubtful, but still you picked up a wonderful topic and made a wonderful presentation. Thank you very much.
Aparnaji, it is extremely great, and several of us, right from the keynote speakers, we all spoke about a very traditional way of the dharma and the adharma. But Dr. Prasad and Dr. Aparna, they spoke in a very scientific way, and I am sure what Aparna spoke of the several slides are all best example for her. She might have taken only from herself those examples. I am sure she is such a great worker for the waves, and she helps a lot to Professor Shashi Tiwari madam, and also Dr. Professor Balram Singh ji, and she participates several conferences, and she holds several conferences. So it's all her examples. She might have taken it and put it in the form of slides, the acuity, and also the how to achieve that success. Success is not the complete story of her this one, but it is the ultimate aim is that I can do this job. That is the self-confidence. That should not be an overconfidence. At the same time, it's the self-confidence that she has it, and she always keeps that one, and she always communicates with other people and other great other people like Professor Prabhakar and others. Thank you so much, Aparna ji. It was a wonderful lecture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Aparna ji. And again, you connected very nicely with the theme. I was just telling my father that the theme is a success because every speaker is really touching dharma from so many interesting angles. And I love the Indian yato dharmastito jaya. That is also wonderful. So you have connected so many different ways to dharma. Thank you so much. So the next speaker, is Sri Alek Gajanan Bhatt, who's an astrologer, and he's going to talk about pariharakas and pravartakas of dharma and adharma to natives among the planets in astrology. So we're really looking forward to this talk. Sri Alek Gajanan, but can you please start, sir?
Hello. Shri Gurubhyo
Yes.
Namaha. Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Shri Adityadi Navagraha Devatabhyo Namaha. Anyway, good morning for all at US and other places. Nice speakers, stalwarts, and scholars. My Guru has given me this related to especially astrology, pariharakas, expiators, and pravartakas, promulgators of dharma and adharma to natives among the planets. But thing is, of course, it's a big this one, astrology. This 20 or 25 minutes, I can't explain everything. So beginning itself, I take excuse from you people. Let me start with this dharma and adharma related to, this Veda Adhyayana Dharma Moolam. See, for all this Veda is dharma is moola. Ultimately, dharma is ultimate. So, adharma, wherever adharma is there, dharma, it takes place immediately to kill it. General, actually, what I'm going to explain now, expiator and promulgator. For example, expiator is an act of doing or showing the others something wrongful they did. Expiator means one who makes expiation or atonement. Promulgation is something made known to the public, popularize or advocate. One who makes, announces the laws as a way of putting into execution is called promulgator. This is general actually. This is general meaning of this. Okay. Now, Like that, the general meaning of dharma and adharma in my own language. Dharma is what should be done and adharma is what should not be done. Each of us has what is called swadharma, that is what we should do. Swadharme nidhanam shreyaha is Bhagavad Gita. Dharma is explained as a duty. On a deeper level, it refers to one's conduct and action that is in accordance with the divine law and your inner truth or our inner truth. Adharma is referred as everything which is against natural and immoral, unethical, wrong, or unlawful. Adharma usually causes damage, pain, and suffering that you know everybody. Now, before going to this, let me explain exactly what is Kala time, because Jyotisha or astrology is a Vedanga. Everything is under Kala, time limit. Time is the ultimate. So everything is within the time frame and Kala is the ultimate. Kala means time here. Why I am coming to Kala is Kala is Sun, Kala is Yama, Kala is Shani or Saturn. Above all, it is Mahakala, Lord Shiva. He is the destroyer. He is the ultimate Kala. They are the rulers, lawmakers. To be precise, they are the promulgators. Now, as per astronomy, you know, Sun is a star and causes for day and night, seasons, etc. And Saturn is a planet. Coming to astrology, both Sun and Saturn are the planets in astrology, Vedic astrology especially. Arka Shukra, Budhashchandraha, Mando, Jivo, Dharasutaha. See, day from sunrise, Sunday is Bhanuvara or Ravivara, Vara already Sun, and start with the Ravi Hora and ends up with the 24th Hora, that is Buddha, Mercury Hora. So it is a basis on this cycle. After Arkaha, Shukra Hora, after Shukraha, Buddha Hora, after Chandra, Moon, that is Manda. Manda means Saturn, Shani. So Mandavasara. Then Jiva is Guru, Brahaspati, Jupiter. And Dharasuta, he is Mars, son of Earth, Dharasuta. So it goes in this particular cycle, this Vara changes, that is period Kala. So like that, it will be continued on the basis of the above shloka cycle. A day has 24 hours of 1 hour each. It is called Ahoratra. Aha means day and Ratra means, Aha means day and Ratra means night. Vara or day means repetition, one after another, never ends. It is a continuous process. Hence, what is Kala? In our own language or in my own language, it has only forward motion, no backward motion, Kala. Remember, it has only front gear, no reverse gear. It never turns back, always looks ahead. It is future oriented. See, very briefly what I'm telling, Kala, of course, it is very difficult to explain for anybody what exactly it is Kala. In terms of quantity, we do not know how much past is elapsed, how much more future will be to come. In the middle of the past and future, present is very small and it is just a minute, maybe a second or even fraction of second. That is present tense. So past tense, future, it's a big this one, storeroom, and the present is very, very, very minute. Great Adiguru Shankaracharya in his Shivaprada Kshamapana Stotra narrates, Ayurnashyati Pashyatam Pradidinam Yati Kshayam Yavvanam Pratyayanti Gataha Punarna Divasaha Kalo Jagat Bhakshakaha. Kala is Jagat Bhakshaka. Kala's fellow, Kala itself. No Kshama, no Karuna, no love, no affection, no rest, even a fraction of a second, it will not stop. No sleep, no laziness, no swadharma, no paradharma, no dependability, no sickness, no rich and poor, no discrimination, and so on, etc., for Kala. Now coming to astrology, after explaining about this Kala, because why I'm telling you, you know this Ravi and Saturn, they are termed as Kala. So in astrology, we must study about these two aspects. Astrology is a shastra of lights, knowledge of lights. It is Vedanga. In Phala Jyotisha, a Daivajna can read about dharma, adharma, papa, apapa, doing good karma, not doing good karma, etc. With relation to a native within the purview of planets, stars, and Rashi Bhavas. See, in astrology, these three terms are very important: planets, stars, Rashi, and Bhavas. In this, there are so many hundred lakhs together combinations actually. So that intuition power should be there to delineate. Now, how it will be? 9 planets and 12 bhavas are connected to dharma and adharma. Who are the pariharkas, expiators, and pravartakas, promulgators? Let me go for small. This one actually chart I'm showing, that is a Lagna Kundali. Where it is written as Lagna, that is seemed to be, it is first house in astrology. So here, this is, you start from here actually. This is Mesha, Vrashabha, see my cursor. This is Buddha, that means Mithuna. This is Kataka, Simha, Lagna, Tula, Vrashika, Dhanu, Makara, Kumbha, Meena. These 12 rashis. In this, Lagna is here, Makara Lagna. That means where birth takes place. That is called Tanu Bhava. Ravi is the head, is Karaka for Tanu Bhava. Okay, very, very important. Then from that, this one actually various Bhava. Second Bhava is called this one family or Kutumbha. Third Bhava is Sahaja Bhava or the Bhratra. Fourth Bhava is Sukha, happiness. Fifth Bhava is Purva Punya. And sixth bhava is actually Roga, Rujina, Daridrya, poverty, everything. Seventh bhava is Kalatra or spouse. Eighth bhava is Aisha, Ayurdaya. Ninth bhava is fortune. This is Dharma. Dharma bhava is the ninth, remember. And 10th bhava is Karma. There is so much combination in between Dharma and Karma. Karma directly it leads to dharma. I'll come to that next. This 11th bhava is all benefits or plus gains, and 12th is all losses or moksha, liberation. Now, let me go, because the time is, I can't explain everything more fully. Time is very, very short in this. Let me go to Trikona, trines. In that, astrology actually in trines means there are 4 trikonas: Dharma Trikona, Artha Trikona, Kama Trikona, Moksha Trikona, or these 4 trines. Like that, of course, Kendra is also there. But let me explain just in this actually today about Trikona itself. So what this Dharma Trikona constitutes? It is actually 1st, 5th, and 9th. Let me come to this. 1st means Lagna, 5th is Purva Punya, 9th means I told you Dharma. So Lagna is myself. Is it Tanu Bhava? It is body. Myself. For everything, my should be there. Myself should be there to attain that goal. I am doing the Dharma. I am doing the Adharma. I have Purva Punya. That old, this one, earlier, this one actually, life, this one carried. So it is a balance sheet. Balance sheet means good karmas, bad karmas. Good karmas or bad karmas cannot be set off each other. You cannot set off bad karma out of this good karma. People may say, I have donated this much money to temple. I have helped a lot of poor. Similarly, a lot of bad work also is there. He has to suffer. Karma will carry. So this karma, actually this one, dharma, karma, sanyojaka, this is actually 9th and 10th. Karma directly relates to dharma. Which work, how, what work we have to do. Mr. Ghare said earlier, even earlier Mr. Dhananjay, one more, of course, scholar also he has said, all vritti dharma, it is professional dharma. Butcher, for example, what he has to do, he is also keeping Tirupati Timmappa in his butchery, this one shop. His shop is to cut and give, but rate he may tell whatever it is, but he has to give good stuff only. That is his dharma. He should not give bad stuff. Price, of course, he has to fix. People may buy it or not, whatever it is. So like that it is, science in that first house represents Lagna, the body you were born with, your physical appearance, and your general temperament. The temperament, actually, this what I said earlier. Of course, there is so many other characteristics even for first house. Ravi is the Karaka for first house. Ravi represents father also for that particular native. Ravi should be good in this one because he is king of sky. That means if Ravi is good in horoscope, anybody is, his Tanubhava is good, his body is good, his body, it is healthy. He has a thundering of this one actually, command over language, this, that, everything. Totally like a king in the sky, actually, his horoscope also, like a king in the family, society, and everywhere. He will lead his life. And Ravi is for Dharma, Kala. So, if Ravi is good enough, Dharma is good in that particular horoscope. Like that 5th house represents Purva Punya Sthana, which indicates the meritorious deeds of one's previous life. It's a balance sheet I told you, which is liability, which is asset. Asset maybe you may call it as it's a punya, punya karma. Liability maybe it's a papa. It is payable, definitely. So then and there, ultimately, which is more, that you have to balance it. So that balances your capital. And the 9th house is Dharma Bhava in astrology. The Dharma Bhava or the 9th house represents one's religious instincts, dutifulness, uprightness, good karma, morality, ethics, higher and spiritual. 9th house also represents higher education, philosophy, religion, law, faith, fortune, gurus, teachings of father, as father is the first guru we get, etc., etc. So, Saturn has, of course, Karaka Graha may be Jupiter for 9th house, but direct Shani has direct impact over 9th house. If Saturn is good, he is the promulgator and expiator. He never allows that particular native to go for adharmas, whether it may be in his profession, whether maybe it is in a family or in the society, everything. He will lead his dharma in better way. Whereas, if this Shani is not in good place or eclipsed, or he is actually combined or jointly with the other, say Papa Grahas, for example, Rahu, Ketu, Mars, etc., etc., then Shani also definitely, he will go along with them and go for adharmas. So Saturn, if it is a, because Saturn is Sthira, we call it as Sthiravara. What Saturn gives to a native, it is for long duration. It won't go even a single day or a single month or single year. It will stay for a long, that is Saturn nature. So like that dharma he will lead. Next is, for example, Artha Trikona constitutes 2nd house. The 2nd house is about family and growing up. So here, I don't know because time is already. The Artha Trikona constitutes second house, sixth house, and 10th house. 10th house is karma, your duty, action, profession, etc. And 6th house also it is work. And 6th house also Runa, Roga, Daridra, along with actually work. That means your health should be very good to work. You have a good health to carry your good profession or good work, so that you can lead your this one actually life with good dharma. Dharma itself is a good, of course. So like that second house, these are Artha Trikonas. Artha means actually money, where you can earn money. So by going this actually second, sixth and 10th house, we should not, because we make enough money. When the money is enough, sometimes it will lead us to go for adharma. So we should be very careful with which grahas actually they have aspect over this, yuti over this in this particular Artha Trikona, second, sixth and 10th. Like that it is Karma Trikona. You have to do karma. For Artha, this one actually karma. That is related to communication, third house, 7th house, 11th house. This is karma. Then the fourth one is moksha. That's what I said, liberation. So 4th house is a pleasure, house of pleasure and mother. And 8th house is actually this Ayurdaya, Ayurbhava, and where you have this hidden knowledge. Everybody will be having that hidden knowledge. It should be exposed then and there. Who are all good grahas actually in 8th house? For example, Jupiter, of course, 8th house is a bad place. It is called Dusthana. Even Jupiter goes to that, this one, Jupiter is Guru. You will be having thundering of that hidden knowledge, native. So it works out a lot for him actually. Always that long duration, this one actually duration grahas aspect should be on 8th house, means he will be live longer life. So always again this one 8th house constitutes for shapa also, curse. That is of earlier birth. So it should not carry here. So 4th, 8th and 12th, 12th is actually moksha sthana, vyaya bhava, all losses. These things also should be good in that way, especially Ravi, Saturn and Jupiter. These are the lawmakers. These are they are the guides to a native. How you have to follow, how you have to work, how you have to make money, which is dharma, which is adharma. If adharma is there, what kind of this one actually parihara you have to do? How you have to escape from that? And how you have to change immediately from adharma to dharma. But remember, all this, it happens during that particular dasha kala, dasha bhukti. In horoscope, dasha bhukti, which are ultimately as per Vimshotri dasha Parashara has given 120 years. So in that actually, Ravi has got 6 years time, Moon has got 10 years time, and Mars has got 7 years time. Then Rahu has got 18 years time, Jupiter has got 16 years time, and Saturn has got 19 years time. Then Mercury has got 17 years time, Ketu has got 7 years, and lastly, this Venus has got 20 years time. So in that, particularly in that native this one horoscope, which planet is afflicted, which planet is in good place, which planets have got some good aspect of other good grahas, and which planet has got bad or afflicted or bad drishti of bad grahas or dushta grahas. Based on that, actually this dasha bhukti gives everything. Without a dasha bhukti, it cannot be. During that particular this one, these lawmakers will play a lot. So, like sun, I told you, sun in astrology represents the soul, the father, government, power, authority, how we come out and deal with the people. Simply understand, a strong sun gives you life-giving energy, willpower, immunity, the ability to fight with all evils of our life, including fighting with the diseases, that is Lagna Karaka is. Lagna is the ultimate. If Lagna is strong, we can overcome a lot more. And there are two sets in this. I wish to tell you in the middle. See, especially the friendly grahas are Sun, Jupiter, Mars. They are one side. And Venus, Saturn, and Mercury, they are another side. If one side is heavier or good, definitely this other side, we have this under some low, this one. They will not be in a position to carry much weightage to a native. So like that, Saturn, in Vedic astrology, Saturn is often called the god of karma or justice. It is associated with ethics, justice, career, achievements in life, virtues, and values. It also represents a concern with long-term planning or foresight. Karaka or doer. Saturn is the doer or Karaka of 4 houses. And those are the 6th house. I told you, Roga, Rujana, Daridra, that is poverty. 8th house, Aisha. 10th house, Karmasthana. And 12th house is Moksha, liberation. The Karaka means that whatever the native gets out of these houses, Saturn has a direct say over it.
Sir Bhatre, your time is
yes.
over.
I'm going to finish.
Thank you. Please conclude.
Anyway, yeah, just let me. Anyway, a lot more things are there. Just this one example I'll tell you. If sun is sitting in the 10th house, just I wanted to tell you. See, the 10th house is actually for him, actually Digbala also. Their reputation in the world is due to their father and authority and government. They will be working in government. They have friends in government. That means in the sun will not allow native to go beyond this one dharma. Like the Saturn, if has got aspect over 8th house and 9th and Karmasthana, he never allow native to go beyond this one actually. So native will carry that particular his life throughout his life with dharma only. Anyway, a lot more things to tell. I'm not happy over this one myself. Anyway, whatever it is, because time is very, very, very short. Thanks for giving opportunity to our own Nada Veda. Okay. Thank you, Guruji.
Yeah, Gajan. So thank you very much. Yeah, very good, Gajan. But you are just trying to project the pravartakas and pariharas. Life is full of them, influenced by them, and I'm very happy. Thank you very much. And presentation is wonderful. Yes, Prasad.
Thank you so much. So next we'll have talk by Dr. Paramba Yogamaya. So she's going to talk on the evolution of meaning of the term Dasa, Dharma in Veda and later. Dr. Paramba Yogamaya, can you please start?
I will leave that to me. Looks like Dr. Prasad, she's not there. Looks like.
Yeah, I saw her login before, so maybe she's not able to make it. Let me then invite the next speaker, Dr. Krishna Mohan sir. Are you there? Dr. Krishna Mohan sir, are you there?
He was there earlier, but he is also not there now.
I am still here.
Okay. Unnaru veru. Namaskaram andi.
Namaskaram Swami. Wonderful program.
Yes.
That's good. Now I have 30 minutes time. No, I don't need that much time. Thank you. Ankamujeri Sailatanayastana Dugdhamulanu Vela బాల్యాంక విచేష్టం తొండమున అవలిజంగబలింపబోయి ఆవంక కుచంబుగాన కహివల్లభహారముగాంచి వే మృణాళాంకుర శంకనంటెడు గజాస్యుని గొంతునభిష్ట సిద్ధికిన్ అమ్మలగన్నయమ్మ ముగురమ్మల మూల పుటమ్మ చాల పెద్దమ్మ సురారులమ్మ గడుపారడి బుచ్చనయమ్మ తన్నులో నమ్మిన వెల్పుటమ్మల మనమ్ముల నుండెడి అమ్మ దుర్గమాయమ్మ కృపాబ్ధియుత్సుత మహత్వ కవిత్వ పటుత్వ సంపదల్ నమోస్తు వ్యాస విశాల బుద్ధే కులారవిందాయత పత్ర నేత్ర येन त्वया भारत तैलपूर्णः प्रज्वालितो ज्ञानमय प्रदीपः वसुदेवसुतं देवं कंसचाणूरमर्दनं देवकी परमानन्दं कृष्णं वन्दे जगद्गुरुं सभाये नमः. I thank Prabhakar Garu for giving me this great opportunity. He asked me to talk about Varaha Avataram. My sources today are Vyasa Bhagavatam, Potana Bhagavatam, Vishnu Sahasranamam with Parasara Bhashyam, Varahopanishad, lectures by Sri Samavedam Shanmukh Sarma Garu and Brahmasri Chaganti Koteswara Garu. For some of you, this may be a repetition, but I have tried to change a few things and I hope to keep your interest for the next 15 minutes. Vedavyasa wrote Puranas to spread the Vedic knowledge to people. As just mentioned before, Vedo Kilo Dharma. He wanted to promulgate that Dharma through the Puranas to common people. Bhagavatam is a very important Puranam and it explains Bhagavad Leelas and Tattvam. Idam Bhagavatam Nama Puranam Brahma Samhitam Uttama Sloka Charitam Chakara Bhagavan Rushihi. Bhagavatam and Vishnu Puranam, they talk about avatars. And Dharma has been the topic of discussion throughout yesterday and today. And Dasa avatars were beautifully linked by Vasan sir to Gayatri Mantra yesterday. And today we will see the glory of Varaha Avataram. The common question, of course, has been addressed and answered by many. Why avatars? Not in that specific sense, but all these things were already mentioned, but I will repeat it anyway. Why does God take avatars? The Sarvantaryami, who cannot be seen by our eyes or by our senses, perceived by our senses, coming with a form due to his daya is avatar. He does it to protect dharma, to punish evil, and to restore order. These are very common slokas that we have heard repeatedly. Paritranaya sadhunam vinasaya cha dushkrutam dharma samsthapanardhaya sambhavami yuge yuge yada yada hi dharmasya glanir-bhavatu bharata abhyutthanam adharmasya tadhatmanam srujamyaham. Go vipra sura sadhunam chandasamapi jeswara rakshamicham stamardhante dharmasya ardhasya chaivahi. Basically, all the avatars are to protect dharma. Today's avataram, Varaha Avataram, we are in Svetavaraha Kalpam, and it's quite appropriate to talk about Varaha Avataram. Brahma tells Narada, Yatrodjataha Kshitalodharanaya Bibhrut Kraudim Tanum Sakala Yajnamayam Ananta. To save Mother Earth, Narayana took the form of Yajnavaraha. Again, Dharma Stapana is the key for this avataram also, by protecting the earth and taking care of Hiranyaksha. Bhagavatam and Vishnu Puranam, both of them describe this Sveta Yajna Varaha Swarupam as Yajnam, Yajnovai Vishnu. This story that has been repeated many times, and even yesterday it was repeated in the Dasavatharas. It starts in Vaikuntha as Jaya and Vijaya, Dwarapalakas of Vishnu, were cursed to go to Bhulokam as they denied Vishnu Darsanam to Sanaka and Sanandana. Hiranyaksha and Hiranyakasipa were born to Diti. Hiranyaksha becomes very powerful due to his penance and becomes a menace. His ultimate action was to shift the axis of the earth and takes it and puts it in Rasatalam. And then he was wandering around. The Swayambhu Manu and Satarupa were supposed to start their creation on earth and could not find, and hence they come back to Brahma and praise to him. Yatoda sarvasattanam mahimagnam avambhasi asya uddharane yatnone devadevya vidhiyatam. We can't find the earth, it is under the water. Please find a solution. Turn that thing off. Thank you. Brahma says this is beyond my ability to find the earth, and then he sits and prays for Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu, the Viswaniyamaka, manifests as Varahaswami. Drusto angustasiro matraha kshanat gandasilasana. Drusto angustasiro matraha kshanat gandasilasamaha Bhagavan Yajnapurusho Jagat Jagendra Sannibha. He manifests as Yajnavaraha Swami. He appeared as small as tip of the thumb and quickly grows to the size of a huge mountain and goes to the depths of water, finds Mother Earth in Rasatalam. Bhudevi prays to him to save her, as he did many other times in the past. While coming back with Mother Earth, Varahaswami encounters Hiranyaksha. A violent fight ensues. Gadasarinchi asahya vikrama samagra spurtito vreyaga aditappinchi varahamurti nija damstragraha tindrunche pempodavan krodha madadireka balaseuriyodara vistara sampadan panchasyamu samajendru jalamopandrunchu sandambunan. Lord Vishnu deflects the mace hurled by Hiranyaksha and kills him like a lion kills an elephant. In Gita, Krishna says, Antakale cha mameva smaran mukta kalebaram yah prayati samadbhavam yati nastasya tatra samseyaha. If one can remember and focus on Sri Hari at the time of death, he will accept him and protect him. How easy is that? Potana says, Vara yogendrulu yogamargamula yavanin manovidhi sustiratan linga sarira bhangamuna kai chintinturu a pankajodaru panyahatin tan mukhamburhamundar sinsu sunjache durbharitottam suni daichavallabhuni saubhagyam budani tido. As all the yogis do the penance for a long time to see Sri Hari, and they do not get the opportunity. But this Rakshasa dies in Sri Hari's hands, and he had the Sudarsanam at the time of his death. How lucky is he? Chitidantagramundharinchi jalarasim bhasiyete ragan. After killing Hiranyaksha, Yajnavaraha Swami carried earth on his tusk like an elephant carrying a flower on the tusk and comes out of the water. Seeing victorious Varaha Swami, who saved earth and restored order and dharma, Brahma and Devatas praised. Jitam jitante yajna bhavana Trayim tanum swam paridhunvate namah. Tasmai namak karanasukaraya. Your body represents Vedas, your Yajna Swarupa, all mantras, dravyas are all part of you. You are embodiment of knowledge. Vidhunyate Vedamayam Nijam Vapuhu Janas Tapas Satcha Nivasino Vayam Sata Sikhodhuta Sivambu Benduvihi Vimrujyamana Brusamisha Pavitaha. When Yajnavaraha Swami shakes his head, the water sprinkled all over the lokas. Rishis and Devatas eagerly bowed their heads in Jana Tapa Satchalokas to be purified by the sacred water. Sruktunda Asit Suna Isana Sayoho Idodare Chamasaha Karnarandre Prasitramase Grasane Grahastute Yacharvanam te bhavan agnihotram. Varaha Swami, your snout is Suksruvam, your eyes, ears, and stomach represent Yajnapatra and Chamasapatras. Your tongue is fire, your skin represents Vedas, and your hairs are Darbhas. Havarupi vihavane tavu havabhoktavu nikhilahita paladharundavun Havarakshakudavanuni kunitadamuganutulonar mukunda. You are Karta, Kriya, Karma for all the yajnas. You are the protector and ultimate goal of yajnam. We pray to you. In Gita, Krishna declares, Aham kraturaham yajnam swadaham aham aushadham mantroham ahame vajyam aham agniraham hutam. I am all parts of yajnam, he says. Salilye Swakurakrante Upadhatta Vita Avanim Naitham Bhagavan Urvim Vishwaksenam Prajapatihi. Mahavishnu, with his power, installed Mother Earth on the waters, stabilized and disappeared. Potana summarizes the entire Varaha Avtaram in one pajam. Kanakatshundu bhuja vijrumbhanamunan shmachakramun sapajuttina matkin gunipova yajnamayadam shri swakrutin dalchi addanujadhisvarundaki abdhinadu mandam shrahatin drumpa dhatrinigulen kulishahatin badu mahadrim boli atyugratan. The following slokas describe Varaha Avataram in Vishnu Sahasranam. Mahasrungaha, Ekasrungo Varahastvam. Actually, that comes from Yuddhakanda in Ramayana, one with a huge tusk. Krutanta Krut, Hato Hiranyaksha Mahasuraha. One meaning is that he killed dangerous Rakshasa. Other meaning is Bhakta Palana is his Siddhantam. Krutanta also means a principle. Mahavaraho Govinda Sushena Kanakangadi Guhyo Gabhiro Gahano Guptas Chakra Gadadhara. Govinda, Go also means Bhumi, Mother Earth. He saved the earth, so he is Govinda. Sushenaha, he controls everybody. Jitante Pundarikaksha. Guhya, cannot be seen by everybody. Gabhiraha, Mahagambhiryam, very powerful. Gahanaha, he is not easily found. Guptaha, sacred, secret, and protected. Chakra Gadadharaha, self-explanatory. Vedhaswango Ajita Krishno Dhruda Sankarshano Achyutaha. Ajitaha, one who lives a place unconquerable, that is Vaikuntham. Krishna, Dhruda, don't need any explanation. Sankarshana, Karshana Sikti or attraction. He attracts everything, ultimately takes everything into him. Achyutaha, Yasmat Achyuta Purvoham. Once he decides, he will not leave you. Tasyoham na pranasyami, he says in Gita, I will not leave my devotee. Natchajayam kadhanchana, Rama says, I will not abandon anyone who surrenders to me. Saranagati. This comes from Vibhishana Saranagati. We hold on to Achyuta, he will protect us from Maya. Achyutame dharma varahatyena samardhate. Yajna Swarupa Varaha Murti protects the earth and dharma. Vrusha Kapi, Vrusha means dharma, Kapi Varaha, another meaning. Vara Sreshtam Aha Sarvam, Sarvam Vishnumayam Jagat. Now coming to Varahopanishad. Rubhu Maharshi does penance for 12 years, and when Varaha Swami appears, he asks for Brahma Vidya. And he explains about Jivan Mukta Lakshana, Nitya Nitya Vivekam, Sapta Bhumikas, Yoga Abhyasa Vidhi, Varnasrama Dharmas, etc. Idam Jagam Soyam Drusya Jatam Avastavam Yasya Chittena Spurati Jivan Mukta Uchyate. With that ending of Jivan Mukta Uchyate, there are many slokas. I just picked one. Jivan Mukta is the one who realizes the transient nature of Jagat. Yama, Niyama, Asana, Pranayama, Pratyahara, Dharana, Jhana, Samadhi, Astanga Yogas, Ahimsa, Satyam, Asteyam, Brahmacharyam, Dayajavam, Shama, Dhrutir, Mitaharayana, Saucham, Cheti, Yamadasya, Subhecha, Vicharana, Tanumanasi, Satvapatti, Samsakti, Padartha Bhavana, Turiyam, Saptajnana, Bhumikas. Sangeeta Tala Laya Vajya Vasam Gatapi Melista Kumbha Parirakshana Dhirnativa Sarva Chintam Parityajyasya Savadhanena Chetasa Nada Yevanusandhayo Yoga Samrajyamichyateti. A dancer, while following Tala, Laya, Vajjam, etc., and continues to dance while protecting the vessel on her head. To reach Paramatma, to get Yoga Siddhi, one needs to put all the worldly worries or take care of those. At the same time, focus the mind on Paramatma. To develop that sadhana or that savadhana chitta, one needs to have Suddhanta Karana. Yajno dana tapa karma nacha karyameva tat. Yajno dana tapaschaiva pavanani manishinam. Yajnam purifies everybody. Yajna protects earth. Once purified, one can acquire jnana and strive towards moksha. If yajna takes the form, it is Yajnavaraha Swami, Yajno Vai Vishnu. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, Prabhakar Garu, for giving me this opportunity. I know part of this is a repetition, but I hope some of you may have enjoyed it. Thank you.
Very much thankful, sir. You have made a wonderful presentation, brought Pratana live into our screen. These days, people are not aware of Potana Padyas and all our Telugu, but how much Sanskrit is there in the Potana, though they are all Telugu people, but Sanskrit is necessary, and so Samskrita, samasas and all these words will be very nice, and you have gone from Vyasa Bhagavan, Vishnu Sahasranama up to Potana and presented Vamana, and people are there to summarize the Vamana Avatara, because very important Avatara of so important that there has come a proverb, Puttivadiki Putti Puttadu Buddhulu.
Yeah.
So, though may not be tall, but even if they are small, they will have a lot of Because వటుడు ఇంతై అంతై చెప్పండి, స్వాధ్యం ఉంచాయి జ్ఞాపకం ఉంటే చెప్పండి. వటుడు ఇంతై అంతై ఆ వామన అవతారంలో వస్తుంది. అట్లా ఇక్కడ కూడా వరాహ అవతారంలో కూడా అది చెప్పండి సార్ది. వటుడు
ఏమిటండి అది?
వటుడు ఇంతై అంతంతై అని వస్తుంది పద్యం మీద. అంటే ఈవెన్ వామన అవతారం కూడా అది అప్లై అవుతుంది. చిన్నగా ఉండి పెద్దగా అయిపోతాడు ఆయన. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We have now.
Yeah. So I think we don't have Paramba Yogamaya yet here, so we will continue.
No, we go with
not here.
Suryanarayana because she's on travel.
Yeah,
now.
we go to Suryanarayana. Yes, yes.
మీకు
So
మీరు
doctor,
అడిగిన పద్యం ఏంటండి అది?
వటుడు ఇంతై అంతై అంతంతై ఏదో వస్తుందండి. అంటే
ఇంతెంతై వటుడెంతై మరియు తానంతై నభో వీధి పైనంతై తోయద మండలాగ్రమున కల్లంతై ప్రభారాశి పైనంతై చంద్రుని కంతై ధ్రువుని పైనంతై మహర్వాటి పైనంతై సత్యపదోన్నతుండగుచు బ్రహ్మాండాంత సంవర్ధి అయి.
Beautiful. So the same is true to Varaha Avataram.
Varaha Avataram. Actually, I was going to use that padyam there, but then I said the time is short.
But anyway, ఆ వరాహ అవతారం కానీ వామన అవతారం కానీ వాళ్ళ సైజులు మౌంటైనస్, నాట్ మౌంటైన్, మౌంటైన్ ఇస్ నథింగ్. ఎంటైర్ కాస్మాస్. That's విష్ణోర్నుకం వీర్యాణి ప్రవోచం యహ పార్థివాని మిమమే రజాగుంసి. Rajagunsi, both earth and heaven. Mima may measure. Who can measure the length, width, by wide of the entire button? That's why of all the achievements of Vishnu, this Trivikramatva is the highest achievement. By remembering his that achievement, we get rid of doshas. Supposing we have a folly and slips, when you remember Vishnu, Ornukam, Viryani, all that gone, we become updated in our punyam. So thank you very much, sir. This is such a wonderful feat. Botana is simply wonderful, but we cannot spend more time. But anyway, because each topic is really wide and very large, but short time is short. We have been utilizing the time limited. Thank you very much, sir. You agreed to talk and you have talked and very good. Now, Suryanarayana.
नमस्सभायै सभा सरस्वती वंदे योऽन्तः प्रविश्य मम वाचमिमां प्रसुप्तां सञ्जीवयति अखिलशक्तिधरस्वधाम्ना अन्यांश हस्तचरणश्रवणत्वगादीन् प्राणः नमो भगवते पुरुषाय तुभ्यं कमनीयकिशोरमुग्धमूर्तेः कलवेणुः फणिताद्रुताननेन्दोः मम वाचि विजृम्भतां मुरारेः मधुरिं नः कणिकापि कापि कापि। सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्परां। श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः। Good evening to everyone, all elders who are watching or who are participating in this program. Firstly, my topic is Dharma Swarupa according to Raghuvamsa Mahakavi Kalidasa writings. So, one familiar, very well-known sloka is there. Veda Pramanam, Smrtaya Pramanam, Dharmardha Yuktam Vachanam Pramanam. Yasya pramanam na bhavet pramanam kastasya kuriyat vachanam pramanam. Pramanam means terminology. We can say proof. So we are Indians. Especially we are following the Veda. We treat Veda as a pramana. Veda pramana. And Smritis are there. Branches of Veda. Smrtaya, we treat Smriti, we consider Smritis as pramana. Why we are accepting Veda and Smriti as a pramana? Because Dharmartha Yuktam Vachanam Pramanam. In Vedas or in the Smritis or any Dharma Shastra or any Nyasastras, Puranas, Kavyas, Dramas, etc., whatever it may be, Dharma is included in all these textbooks, all these writings. That's why all the elders already said that Vedo Kilo Dharma Moolam. If any person comes to near us, he will say anything about any principle or any definition, whatever it may be. We ask them, otherwise we ask him, what is the proof? What is the validity? How you are saying in this way? Is this way or is there another way? We are asking so many questions for clarification of our doubts. So coming to the point, so Dharma is included in our Shastras, writings, in all our writings. Dharma is separate, Veda is separate. We did not treat, we did not see like that. So the famous Bhagavad Gita, Yajñodanam tapasyaiva pavanani manishina. Bhagavad Gita quotes that the core aspects of human life is yajna, dana, and tapa. So our Indian life, our human life stands upon these qualities. Firstly, yajna, it is a dharma. We should do yajna, we should perform yajna to take blessings of divine deities. So yajna is an important thing for astikas. Astika means who believes the Veda. Astikas. And another part is dana, donation, and tapa. Tapa means not only chanting the mantras. If I sit in the forest under the tree, I will chant O Namo Bhagavate Narayana, O Namo Bhagavate Vasudeva, Vasudeva, Vasudeva. This is okay. This is also chant. This is also tapa. But education is tapa, and giving knowledge to others is a tapa. Swadhyaya pravachanabhyam na pramaditavyam. Self-education and giving knowledge to others is also tapa. So tradition, truthfulness in speech, and gratitude, dedication at work, giving offerings, or being a helping hand, universal kindness, among others, from the form the basis of divine activities. Yajna, dana, tapa. So the core essence of life and living. 1 minute, please. Right. Truth is a dharma. If you see, dharma divided, dharma is a one thing, like Paramatma, Ekam Sat Vipraha Bahuda Vadanti. In the same way, dharma is a one object, which one divided in various aspects. So dharma is not a single word. Dharma is a single word, but looks in a various divisions or various aspects. Like truth is a dharma, tapa is a dharma, yajna is a dharma, satyavrata palana is a dharma, gratitude is a dharma, so etc. etc. So even Vedas stand up for dharma only. That's why we are saying Vedo kilo dharma moolam. That hails the sole purpose of the ages, old literature or Sanatana Vangmaya is entirely dharma only. In Gita, Bhagavan Sri Krishna said that Yajyadachara Shreshtaha Tattade Vetaro Janaha Sayapramanam Kurite Lokas Tadanu Vartati. This by Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita explains that a right human being leading a dharmic life remains a torchbearer to the entire world. So, one such classic example, we have that the King Rama, popularly Ramachandra Murthy, popularly defined by his dharmic living, dharmic life. That's why we are saying, we are praising him, Lord Rama, Ramo Vigrahavan Dharmaha. So he is a statue of Dharma, like statue of unity. So standing up to Dharma, even the king Dasharatha, father of Rama, did not refrain from sending his own son Rama to 12 years long forest life for the promise made to his wife Kaikeyi. That means promise is dharma. Kaikeyi, for this act, he had to bear the pain of missing his son, along with facing strong criticism from the people of his own kingdom, Ayodhya. So in Ayodhya, all the people know that there is no issue with Rama. There is no spiraling between Dasharatha and Rama. The spiraling, the issue created by Kaikeyi, Rama is following his father's word, Pitruvaki Paripalana, that's why he is going. But at the same time, they are blaming Dasharatha. Why you are doing like this? It's not correct. So your name and fame will be defamed or it will be abolished. So another classic example is King Bali Chakravarti, who also did not step back in surrendering or offering himself to Lord Vishnu. He approached him as Vamana and asked for just 3 steps of land. So this is dharma. He agreed to give land to the Vamana, so he obeyed to his word. The speaks of high reverence of dharma in the great Sanatana Dharma. We have so many shastras. In that shastra, Nyaya Shastra is there. That means Indian logical theory. The Indian logical theory explains the dharma swarupa as Veda Vihita Janyaha Dharmaha, Veda Avihita Janyaha Dharmaha, Adharmaha. At the same time, Yato Bhudaya Nisreyasa Siddhihi Saha Dharmaha. This one explained by Kanada Maharshi, who is the writer of Vaiseshika Darshana. So, Yato Bhudaya Nisreyasa Siddhihi Sa Dharmaha and Veda Vihita Janyaha Saha Dharmaha means dharma is embodiment of Vedas, and who stands up for the who stand up for that or follow is revered as dharmic. Needless to say about the opposite side of that, merely non-dharmic, so who ultimately ends up in the state of darkness of grief. Yato bhudaya nisreyasa siddhihi sadharmaha. Dharma is a root for abhudaya, means tattva-jnana. Dharma is a main step, first step for nisreyasa, moksha. Kanada said in this way. So, like in this way. And the holy books of our Indian literature, Kavyas, Shastra, Purana, and Itihasa speak about dharma in very pleasant manner. One such name we have to bow down to his the great poet Mahakavi Kalidasa. My topic is Kalidasa is a unmeasurable Kalidasa has a unmeasurable contributions to this world through the kavyas, natakas that are nothing but the decoded core of the true embodiment of Vedas, like Vedas or Dharma, whatever it be, etc., etc. Mahakavyas like Raghuvamsa, Kumara Sambhava, and Megha Sandesa, Raghu Rutsamharam, and dramas like Malavika Mitra, Abhignana Sakuntala, Vikramarvasiyam, and heart-soothing births of Kalidasa. There won't be a Sanskrit poet who does not immerse in the joy of samasas and alankaras. He wrote kavyas, writing dramas, etc. Especially in a poetic way. He used such a wonderful alankaras like Upama Alankara. That's why we are praising him, Upama Kalidasasya. So for his successful experiments with Upama Alankaras, so Kalidasa writings have many unique mentions of way to dharmic life and traditions. Mahabharata is a content of Veda. In Veda, we can see dharma in every part. So common people who are not scholars, they can't able to understand the Mahabharata and the content of Veda. That's why Vyasa written Mahabharata. It is content of Veda. You have no necessary to go until Veda. You please read Mahabharata and you can understand the content of Veda. What are there? What is that? What subjects are included in Mahabharata? In this way, Kalidasa also, he also described dharma. He also explained the dharma in his writings. If you take an example, Sakuntalam, Abhignana Sakuntalam, which one written by Mahakavi Kalidasa. Firstly, Varnasrama Dharma is there. Varnasrama Dharma. In Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna said that Chaturvanyam Maya Srushtam. So for every Varna, there is one Asrama Dharma. So in Abhignana Sakuntala, the hero is Dushyanta and heroine is Shakuntala. So King Dushyanta, having seen the captivating beauty of Shakuntala and developed desire to have her, to marry her, delivers his take of Varnasrama Dharma as, because he is a Kshatriya, Dushyanta is a Kshatriya, and Shakuntala is living in Kanomahamuni ashram. So there is difference between Kanomahamuni ashrama and Kshatriya Dharma. So now he is thinking about Varnasrama Dharma. Is it correct or not? The thinking of this type of thinking is called Dharma only. Durlabha kalvesha manoradha api nama kulapatehe iyam asavarna kshetra sambhava syat athava kutam sandehena. A wonderful word used by Kalidasa, Kulapate iyam asavarna kshetra sambhava. Savarna jati, asavarna jati. This Shakuntala, I think she was not born in Kshatriya family. I think like that because I am a dharmic person. I am living in a dharmic way. If Shakuntala lives or born in a Brahmin family, there is no chance for born of desire in my heart. So I think she is not a Brahmin. I think she is only Kshatriya. She born in a Kshatriya family. That's why Durlabha Kalveshaha Manoratha Apinama Kulapateha Iyam Asavarna Kshetra Sambhava Syat Athava Kutam Sandehena. There is no doubt at all because Dushyanta knows the dharma. Dushyanta knows the Shakuntala's character, Shakuntala's personality. So that's why he is thinking about dharma as per behavior of Shakuntala. So this is a dharma which one established in Vedas. That dharma was explained in this way in Kalidasa writings. So in another context, he said that asamsayam kshetra parigraha kshama yadaryamasyam abhilashi me manaha satam hi sandeha padeshu vastushu pramanamantah karana pravruttayaha. He further says that my thoughts driven by Kshatriya dharmic principles are driving me towards this woman, and thus she should be a right choice for me as a Kshatriya, and I am not in a wrong direction. This scenario depicts how noble personalities in dharmic lines follow their inner conscience when struck in decision making. Satam hi sandeha padesha vastu. What is pramana? Antakarana meva pramanam. Only antakarana is a pramana to decide what is dharma, what is adharma. You should know viveka yukta jnanam is dharma. So dharma is described. Dharma was described as a raja dharmas also. We have raja dharmas also. Samanya dharmas are there and Kshatriya dharmas are there. At the same time, in Shakuntala, Kshatriya dharmas are also mentioned. In this way, Ke avam paritratum dushyanta makranda raja rakshitavyani tapovanani nama. Priyamvada, who is a friend of Shakuntala, she is saying that don't ask me to save you. Otherwise, don't ask me to save our nature, save our forest. Please ask Dushyanta to protect us. So the king's duty is protection of forest and the people, the Maharshis who are living in forests, and he should not trouble them. He should not trouble them. And for their regular activities like japa, yajna, yaga, etc. So he will be very, very helpful to them. But the Raja's, the king's duty is protection of forest and forest who are living in forest. So that's why Raja Dharma is also included, explained in Abhignana Shakuntala Nataka, which one written by Mahakavi Kalidasa. Raja Rakshitavyani Tapovanani. Tapovanani is a different word. Vanani is a different word. So Vanani means generally forest. Tapovanani means the place which one belongs to Maharshis, Munis, Tapasi, etc. And Kalidasa, in one of his Abhignana Shakuntala writing, compares Dileepa, King's Dushyanta, with great sakes Vasishtha and Kanva. While the latter are the sakes immersed in tapas in the ashrams in the forest, the former are the ones who does so in the ashram called kingdom. He explains this in a poetic way. And the relation, the bonding between wife and husband, dharma patni, we call our a woman who is living with us, who is leading family smoothly, we call her as dharma patni. So the role of a wife, dharma patni, is crucial in a husband's journey of grihasthashrama. Dharma to achieve the state of completeness of that dharma. Kalidasa Abhignana Shakuntala puts that in a very clear way about the dharmic principles of women in grihasthashrama dharma. How? Susrushaspa Gurun Priyasakhi Vrittim Sapatni Jane Bhartur Vipakurtati Roshanataya Masma Pratipam Gamaha Bhuyishtam Bhavadashina Parijane Bhagyesh Manusekini Yantyevam Drugani Padam Yuvatayo Vama Kulasyadayaha. He is giving direction, he is giving his instructions to Sekuntala how you have to live in your husband's home. Dushyanta explains, Kalidasa explains, respect every guru who comes to your husband, Dushyanta. Maintain a friendly relation with the co-wives in the court of Dushyanta, and never argue or abuse your husband even at times when he is angry at you. Keep winning the hearts of your servants, offering them gifts often this way. Be a responsible woman who always stand up for the respect of maternal and in-laws families. So this is a dharma. You should be.
Dr. Sunyan Garu, time is almost
Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
So
we have one more lecture.
Okay, I'm concluding. In this way, so many objects are there and dharmic principles are there in Abhijnana Sakuntala, which was written by Kalidasa. So in Raghuvamsa also, Yatha Vidhi Hutagninam, Yatha Kamarchitardhinam, Yatha Parada Dandanam, Yatha Kala Prabodhinam, Tyagaya Sambhutadhanam, Satyaya Mitabhashinam, Tyage Neke Amritattvamanasu, Tyagaya Sambhutardhanam, which one related to Veda Vakya, Isase Vijigushunam, Prajaye Grahamedina, etc. So many things are there. I am very, very thankful to Prabhakar sir and Prasad sir and president of this session and all elders, Rajendra sir, for giving this wonderful opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Suryana. Anna, you want to say a remark?
Yeah, just 1 minute. So we have been talking about Veda, Purana, Upanishad, and all these things. But we should also talk about Kalidasa, Vyasa, of course, we are referring. Kalidasa, Bhabhuti, Bharati, both so many Sanskrit Mahakavis are there, and Bana and all those people. And they also are very careful to dissect, describe, and all that dharma and adharma, and very carefully they have made all these things. So, in Abhijnana Sakuntalam, we have so much care, and it is the ultimate work by Kalidasa. And afterwards, he asked for Panarbhavam Chapayatu Nila Lohitaha. Kalidasa was tired of doing wonderful job. He said, I don't want again birth. Panarbhavam Chapayatu. Let him give me moksha. And before that, in the earlier, he says, when Dushyanta is entering into the forest, Dharma Aranyam Pravisati Gajaha Syandana Loka Bhitaha. That's a very symbolic and significant expression that a Kshatriya Maharaja is entering into Aranya, which is Dharma Aranya, and what kind of changes and harm or detriment. Otherwise, Sekuntala is a very happy girl. But he interfered into the life of Sekuntala, attracted her, married her, rejected her. Oh, so much of drama took place. That's why, but dharma ultimately has to be established. Ultimately, the dharma could be established not in Bhulokam, it is in Antariksha Loka. Not in Bhuloka Ashrama, in Varisha Ashrama. There, ultimately, dharma, when you follow dharma, Shraddha, Vittam, Vidhischeti, Tritayam Tat Samahrutam. This is Kalidasa's conclusion.
In Saptamanka, in last chapter.
In the final one, actually, the whole act could be 5 acts, but 2 more acts are extended by Kalidasa because he wanted to tell you what would happen afterwards. Don't leave it a tragedy. Life must be a comedy. Life must be a moksha. That's why dharma, artha, kama, moksha. Gajanan Bhatt was telling you Trivarga was there and Tridharma was there. Dharma, artha, kama, done. No, moksha, purushartha, atharveda, all these are added, make the 3 number into 4. Tritiya, Churtheshu Srayadvam, Prathama, Dvitiyeshu Srayadvam, like that it goes on. So like that, So Kalidasa, when we just take up Kalidasa, especially for Dharma Rakshana, Dharma Varnana, etc., unparalleled. So just an opportunity, a glimpse, a spark has been given to the hand of Surya Narayana. He has done a wonderful job, and he's a Sanskrit professor in Hyderabad, very busy, and Asthan Vidwan of Swamiji's Matham. And so compliments and congratulations. God bless you, sir. You have done a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Now, Prasad.
Yeah. So next is the last talk for the day. It's from Sri K.S. Bhatt. He's going to talk on voting for Suryopasana Dharma for success from Aditya Hridaya Stotra in Ramayana. Sir, K.S. Bhatt, sir, please start.
Okay. Let me share. You're able to see?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. My background is basically engineering, and I don't have so much of knowledge like many great people have spoken here. I will try to share my thoughts on this, whatever I have experienced. I have done some Sanskrit studies when I was in PU, and after that with the gurus like Prabhakar Guruji, learned some Veda and all that a little bit for my own usage. So today what I'm going to talk something is on voting for Suryopasana Dharma for success from, that is Aditya Hridaya Stotra in Ramayana. Just for making sure that all of us, we are on the same page. The Aditya Hridayam is a hymn associated with the sun Surya and was recited by the great sage Agastya to Rama on the battlefield before fighting with Ravana. And Rama was keep on fighting, and he was not in a position to get out of that with the victory. With this Aditya Hridayam, he has achieved whatever that the willpower required for fight, and as per dharma he fought, and finally victory was Rama's. That is nothing but we ourselves having so many vairis within us, and that is nothing but our Arishat Varga vairis. I think last time also I was talking on the same. That is nothing but Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, and Matsaryas. These are the daily, every day, it will keep coming on that based on our vasanas. And our vasana is basically carried over from previous janma to this janma. And when we go to office or when we are in the at home, those things keep coming and again. And we have to make sure that we are not that, we are above that. For that, this kind of Aditya Hridayam is needed. Upasana, yes, we have to do the upasana of God. All of us, we are doing in a way. And especially for Sanatana Dharma, we have opportunity to do upasana based on what we like and what is really working on us. And sometimes we will come to know through our father and mother. Sometimes you'll come to know through our gurus, and sometimes our own experience. Acharya Padamadatte, Padam Shishya Somedhaya, Padam So Brahmacharibhya, Padam Kalakramenahi. So based on this, my experience says that for me, this Aditya Hridayam works very well. Last year when I was talking on this, I got a great opportunity to recite that, and also I got a lot of benefits. Just a recent example I would like to share here. In the month of September, last week of September, visited Chandranahan Lake. This is in Chandranahan Lake is located in Himachal Pradesh, and suddenly the forecast was that it is going to rain, and it's going to rain all the 7 days, and we had to trek for about 5-6 days there. And the height of Chandranahan Lake is around 14,000 feet. And when we are climbing there, we are thinking that now we cannot proceed because of the rains forecast. We are around 15-20 people from Bangalore. And we decided that let us recite this Aditya Hridayam with the full, from our bottom of our heart, and also with full devotion. And we recited, and all those 4 days when we are doing the trekking, there was no rain at all. You can see the picture here. And once our trekking was over, evening when we were back in our tent, and started raining. That way it helped us to make our trekking very successful, and we are very happy. This is the latest example. I have something very similar examples, some 5-6 in my life. All are something like this only. So the starting point of this is Tatho yuddha parishrantam samare chintaya sthitam Ravanam Jagrito Drishtva Yuddhaya Samupastitam. That means the Rama is now Uddha Samupastita and is ready to fight the war, and he was not in a position to see any end. That time, Devataischa Samagamya Drashtum Abhyagatoranam Upagamya Bravidramam Agastyo Bhagavan Rishi. This Agastya Bhagavan Rishi, he came and he started preaching or teaching Rama about this. And the sloka number 6, it says that Rashmimantam Samudyantam Devasura Namaskritam Pujayaswa Vivaswantam Bhaskaram Bhuvaneshwaram. That is nothing but the worship this sun god is the ruler of the worlds, who is crowned with rays, who appear at the horizon, who is greeted by gods and demons and brings light. So about this Surya Bhagavan, the greatness thing is we want to pray God. We want to do puja for God. And the best possibility what we do is, the morning when you wake up, as parents, they are our Mata, Pita, they are real gods. And because inside them, there is all this Karuna, there is also Preeti, everything is there inside. So we pray God. We go to temple and pray God. And when you see it is a statue, and then for that statue, and we pray because there is inside, there is power. But we get up along with the sun, before the sun, we have to sleep after sun sleeps. And but especially in India, I'm talking about. And during that time, it's very, very important that sunlight, it gives us a lot of energy, and that energy is there inside our body, and it helps us to get our day-to-day activities. That energy is all the time, it is there. So it is the responsibility of all this sun is that we are part of the sun, and then the earth, we are on the earth. So we are naturally part of sun. The earth rotates around the sun, and we have moon. Earth, sun, moon, all are well connected. And with that, our body is also made out of, we can say, the Agni inside is nothing but sun. All Sapta Dhatus, everything is coming out of sun. That's the reason this body, the lot of contribution is there from the sun. And inside the sun, there is energy. That energy is nothing but through that we are able to see the world. That energy gives us all Panchendriyas actively working. Panchabhutas are also helping us. And then Panchapranas inside, that helping us to be always active and put together. And that Manas, Buddhi, Chitta, Ahankara, all those things are put together. Our body is directly influenced by the sun, and within the sun there is another energy. That energy we are praying. Sarva Devatmako Hesha Tejasvi Rasmi Bhavanaha Yesha Deva Suraganan Lokan Pati Gabastibhi. He is the embodiment of all gods. He is a god of gods and full of glory, and creates and sustains the gods and the demons as well as their worlds by his race. Yesha Brahma cha Vishnoscha Shivaskanda Prajapatihi Mahendro Dhanadha Kalo Yamasomo Hepampatihi, which means Brahma Srishtikarta, Vishnu for sustenance, and Shiva for destroyer of once that life is over, and all three things are nothing but sun. And then he is Skanda, Prajapati, the mighty Indra, Kubera, everything is within that sun. That means he is the Sakshat sun in front of us, and we have to definitely look at him, or in our manas, we can bring him and we can do the upasana of Surya Bhagavan. And all Ritus are happening because of this Surya's movement. In, for example, in this Bhagavad Gita, I will just bring this one down. Yeah. So in the Bhagavad Gita, I was going through that. In the Purushottama Yoga, it says that Yadaditya teja jagadbhasa yate akhilam yachandramasi yachhagnau tettejo vidhimamakam gama vishyacha bhutani dharayamyahamojasa Ushnami chaushadhi sarva somo bhutva rasatmagaha aham vaishvanaro bhutva praninam dehamashitaha pranapana samayukta pachamyannam chaturvidham. So this God dissipates darkness of this whole world, comes from me, and the splendor of the moon and the splendor of fire are also from me. That means the moon and then splendor of fire, everything is me. That's what Krishna Bhagavan says. So Surya, moon and fire, everything is nothing but Agni, and Surya's reflection is nothing but Chandra, and put together all this is nothing but a very vital energy for us. One minute. And it enters into the each planet, and by his energy, it stays in the orbit, becomes the moon, and thereby supply the juice of life. That's nothing but what we get from this plants. That is because of the moon. During when the moon is on, you know that the plants grow, and the sun is on, it prepares whatever the food is required for the plants. So moon also plays very, very important part. Then it says that he says that I am a digestion power, which is there as Vaishvanara Agni within us, and through that digestion, our body nourishes, and with that we are able to perform whatever our ultimate goal. Our ultimate goal is nothing but dharma, artha, kama, and finally moksha. Moksha, everybody is looking for moksha, and that's our ultimate goal. And this is directly connected through body only. We can achieve it by doing a good karma, and good karma is also we can achieve through good upasana, and then karma, and then after that finally the moksha. So this Rama, after Aditya Preksha Jatva Japtva Tvam Param Harsham Avaptavan Rirachamya Shuchir Bhutva Dhanurada Yavidyavan. After all that, listening to Maharshi, and he has performed his prayers. Then after that, he is sipping water thrice, achamya, and he got purified. Then looking intently on the sun and repeating this prayer. And after that, finally, Ravanam preksha hristatma yuddhaya samopagamat sarvayatnena mahata vadhetasya dhruto bhavat. This Rama, he fought this war, and without any big efforts, he could kill the Ravana. So that much of Dhishakti, willpower, or the power in his body, it has come. And this is very much required for us in our day-to-day life as also. I think every day we are able to see the daylight, and with that day, we can pray God morning, Sandhyavandanam, those who are doing it, or we can pray for with this particular shloka, we can chant Aditya Hridayam, and then we can achieve our ultimate goal, happiness, and all that is there with the Sakshat Surya Bhagavan in front of us. So with that small talk, I would like to thank Dr. Prabhakar ji. I had a very short time for this preparing, Only today I prepared short time, and this is what my presentation today. In case if there is something is not in order, please pardon me. And I am daily basis this upasana. I am doing it. I am really happy and very comfortable with that. Thank you.
Very nice, but say Aditya sat in our mind right from the time that I gave you topic, but you could meditate upon him, but ultimately you've come out with some presentation, very useful, and also personal experience, because all these mantras and stotras will never go futile because they're all dharma ridden ones. So whatever we pick up, whichever we pick up in a righteous manner for some benefit or the other, definitely will be rewarding. That's why, you see, Rasmi Mantam Samudjantam Devasura Namaskrutam Pujayasva Vivasvantam Bhaskaram Bhavaneswaram. That is the Kilakam. Say Pujayasva Vivasvantam. And he says Vivaswan. And that Vivasvatva of Surya Bhagavan is mentioned by Krishna also. See, among all his Sishyas, he says that Arjuna, don't take that you are the first man. But already we have got Surya Bhagavan, who is my first student. So you have been teaching. So my teaching profession like that. That is Dharma Rakshana, Dharma Bodha. Krishna is the Dharma Bodhaka. And therefore, here, making Surya Bhagavan to come after the ending of our entire 2 days program, and is really a blessing. We are just taking the blessings of Surya Bhagavan, who is the tremendous energy and who is total energy for all people at all times. That's why he is called as Ratrer Vatsaha. Sveta Aditya. Aruna Prashna tells that he is the child of the night, Ratri Devata. And soon after that, he becomes Aditya, then means completely bright. So this is a transition, Satyo Jata. So that kind of Surya Bhagavan, the energizer, the activizer, Asusakshanihi, has been invoked, and he has been there all time and has been that. So thank you very much that you have really made some good presentation in brief, because this topic itself is really requiring long time, but in short time, you have impressed on all people that Surya is be all and end all, sine qua non of our life. Very good. We all become Surya Pasakas and Surya Anugraha and Surya Prasada. Thank you very much. Aditya Panamastu.
Thank you, Guruji.
Thank you. It's a very nice talk. So we'll conclude with a nice dance recital by Srimati Aishwarya Nityananda, who is a Bharatanatyam expert. So I'll play a video.
ಹೋದರೆ ಕೇಳಿ ಬರದಿಂದ ಅಕ್ಷಯ ಬರವಿದ್ದ ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರಿಗೂ ದ್ವಾರಾವತಿಗೂ ಕೂಗಳತೆಯೇ ಬರದಿಂದ ಅಕ್ಷಯ ಬರವಿದ್ದ ಹಸ್ತಿನಾಪುರಿಗೂ ದ್ವಾರಾವತಿಗೂ ಕೂಗಳತೆಯೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುವನೋ ರಂಗ ಎಂಬ ಸಂಶಯವೇ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಭಕ್ತರು ಕರೆದ ಪ್ರಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದಗುವನೋ ಅಣು ಮಹತ್ತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣನೆಂದೆನಿಸಿ ಗಣನೆಯಿಲ್ಲದ ಮಹಾಮಹಿಮನು ಎನಿಪ ಅಣು ಮಹತ್ತುಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಎಂದೆನಿಸಿ ಗಣನೆ ಇಲ್ಲದ ಮಹಿಮನೆಂದೆನಿಪ ಜನಕೃಪಾನಿಧಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನು ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲೇ ಈಗಲೆಂಬ ಬಿರುದಿರಲು ಜನಕೃಪಾನಿಧಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನು ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲೇ ಈಗಲೆಂಬ ಬಿರುದಿರಲು ಜನಕೃಪಾನಿಧಿ ಕೃಪಾನಿಧಿ ಕೃಪಾನಿಧಿ ಹರಿ
Yeah, that's a beautiful, that's a beautiful dance. Thank you. Compliments to that Aishwarya, whose parents are Veda and Nityananda. And among them, the Veena is our student in National College long years back. Now she is CA and very busy, but just I asked her to just help me in this. She has been helping, Veena has been helping. So this time she sent a wonderful video of Aishwarya, and she is a recognized very good dancer, and she has been made as the president of the Sai Natya Academy of Karnataka, and very busy. But she is also a CA. So she is helping her parents and also her husband and all that. So wonderful it is to, and every gesture, every emotion, and quickly changing. I'm not good connoisseur of this so much, but as we see so much, my wife, Dr. Sita Ramalakshmi, I don't know whether she has anything to tell, but the dance is superb. And I've been seeing the comments by people like Krishna Mohan Garu, Sundar and all that, Vyasan. So it's so convincing and enchanting, and I think very beautiful. May God, Surya Bhagavan and all Adityas should bless the child. Now she is a mother also, and very much compliments and congratulations to her. God bless you. And we have a wonderful conclusion of the second day program with all your cooperation, coordination. Actually, it is said, any yajna like this is a Sambhuya Samuttana. It's a cooperative activity, and Anjaney Prasad and all of you have contributed. Thank you very much. Now I leave to him.
Yeah. So for the concluding remarks, we have Srimati Suman Nagendra. Are you there?
So that Buddupalli Raghava's missus, I think she will take hold if she is not there.
Raghav, please.
No, she's also not there. Let Professor Prabhakar sir continue.
Okay, because Anjaney Prasad will wrap up after a few seconds, because you have been patiently going through this particular 2 days program. It's about 4 hours and odd, but we did not feel that 4 hours very much. So absorbing every speaker and every item, every representation, every comment, everything was very good and so. So it's all divine grace, and that all of you have contributed to this. And soon you will be getting the Veda Ganga copy also, full of knowledge. And we try to incorporate most of the slides also, which our speakers have used, because the slides also speak very good continuation, because something on record is always permanent than just otherwise. So with this, and thanking all of you that you have answered or responded to my request from various places, both India and America and elsewhere. So I'm thanking to all of them. Let God bless one and all. Now Prasad will wrap up the whole show.
Yeah, I agree with the Mahayagna comment. This is really a Mahayagnam. It is long, persistent, very exciting and thrilling and uplifting. So thank you all for the great talks and great participation and great comments in the chat. We're really grateful this is possible. And so to conclude, I'd like to have Srivasan sir. Are you there? I think he just there. Yes. Can you please do the Shanti mantra?
Say
Om
some words, and Vasan, you say some words and then conclude.
Sahavidyam Karavavahai Tejasvinavaditamastu ma vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Sarve bhavantu sukhinah. Sarve santu niramaya. Sarve bhadrani pashyantu. Ma kaschid dukkha bhag bhaved. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Shri Krishnarpanamastu. Shri Vasudevarpanamastu. Shri Veda Purusha Ashirvadostu. Om Tat Sat. Shubham Bhuyat. Namaste Guruji.